Hello and welcome to another episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K, and I am one of those players.
Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Little Bear, and I am one of those DMs.
Welcome to Don't Trust the Dungeon Master, Primerus Paradox, episode 4.
Oh God, we're already 4 episodes.
Four episodes in. Yeah, we've had 3. Now we're on 4. Hey, welcome to this Saturday. Hope everyone's having a great day. We're all over halfway through winter. So it's going to start warming up soon and longer days and all that beautifulness. We did have snow earlier this week for me, but other announcements? No, I got nothing. Does anyone else want to have an announcement they want to share?
Wasn't there a day we couldn't play coming up or something? Was that in my head?
Well, we didn't play 2 weeks ago because of Chubbs. Maybe it's that, but
No. I thought it was DTW or something, but and maybe I'm insane.
Possibly.
What? I think you're insane.
All right, I'm insane.
In the membrane.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll be not playing next week. Just kidding. I am playing next week.
Uh-oh, now that's confusing.
We are playing. Apparently, we're playing next week. No known absences for a while. Okay, congrats. So we're set. All right, let's go ahead and get to everyone's favorite portion of the session.
You stole the thunder from me.
Larish will be hosting an Arkelya-themed one-shot next week that takes
Let's
place
go!
3 years after the main storyline.
Hell fucking no! I'm not giving spoilers.
All right. Well, now it's my favorite part of the game. The only part my brain stops working. All right.
It's always nice to
roll.
unplug
15.
the brain. Oh, there's multiple 15s.
That's fine. 18.
Oh, that's a natural one.
Uh-oh.
And last but not least, 2.
Ooh.
All right. Let's flip.
Flip that card. From lowest to highest, pick a random adjective. There can be no repeats.
First adjective that's gonna be from Mike.
Fucking tired, man. I ain't gonna lie. What are adjectives? Let's see. Oh god. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I don't look like
Things to
fucking
describe a
idiot on
noun.
stream. Beautiful.
Wait. I'm a bad typer. All right, number 2 is the green down here.
Exotic.
Okay, and then next I think is me. I'm gonna go with bombastic. All right, next either 15. Which one wants to go first?
I'll go first. Lucky.
Whoa!
All right, and
There's only one response.
Small. Spelled
No, it's supposed to be
S-M-O-L.
roll.
Wait, no!
all right, and now
S-M-O-L. S-M-O-L. S-M-O-L.
Super bombastic.
Small.
Slimy.
slimy.
I
Okay.
regret my decision. Can
Here
I
we
No. redo?
Nope.
Please.
Now, each of these adjectives will be applied to your own character. The most fitting, according to DM, may choose your recap.
Ah, shit.
Let's see. Nicole and beautiful. Nicole is
I'll
a
get
pretty.
to recap this week. I love it.
Nicole's a pretty handsome guy. I don't know. Beautiful though. He's racist. I'm thinking beautiful in personality. Let's see.
He is racist.
Super bombastic.
He hates humans.
Sadak and
Righteous.
exotic. Now, Sadak, he is a pretty exotic fellow. He's always wearing a mask, a little freakish man, but I feel like he's fairly tame for where he's from. I feel like, he's going about like a sort of normal man in his position. I don't know how exotic he is. We'll keep going. For this, the DM will be having the character of Roki. Now, Roki doesn't seem too bombastic at the moment.
Yeah, he fucking bombed my him.
I mean, he
bombed
knew
your
his
home.
people.
I don't know. Bombastic just doesn't feel great. Next, we're gonna have
It's a fucking
Thrak.
crater.
Now, as far as luck is concerned, after that last fight with the javelins, I'd consider one of the unluckiest members of the party.
Yeah, it's pretty unlucky.
True.
I don't know if that one fits. Creature and small. I would say Creature is probably the smallest member of the party.
She is.
Right?
Yeah, she's
I don't
5.52.
Yes, Creature and small is pretty fitting.
Wonderful.
And then we have Thurvish and Slimy. Now this
Very
is one
slimy.
this is one that when I imagine Thurvish, because of the way he acts and how his picture, He gives me the. Have you seen in Game of Thrones? There's the Battle of the Bastards where they're rolling around in mud fighting. Primerus seems like he'd be right at home in a mud fight.
Very
He's a pretty slimy guy.
like an eel.
But out of all of these, I think the most fitting is creature and small.
True.
I will pick myself, is what I will do.
SMOLL.
I will pick myself.
Oh, shocked. Shocked.
Jesus.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, I couldn't pick myself. I didn't pick you, I picked myself. If the fitting soul so choose the DM, he will suffer an awful hellish rebuke. He will recap this week and next week. Well, I could have done that. Really screwed but I picked myself, so okay. Alright, get ready. This is gonna be a long one.
Boiled.
So, episode 3. Drawing in the facts. The group brings the main Dragonborn Rulian inside the retrofitted guild hall. Thurvish maintains a polite conversation with the priest of Mail. Most of the party overhears the painful past of the practitioners of the former god of justice. When the dragons fell and humanity began its grip, many Dragonborn were either killed or horribly maimed to prevent from future harm. Thurvish expresses his desire to help find a healer one day that might be able to restore the lost appendages of Rulian. The blue-scaled Dragonborn completes his prayer and departs the facility. The unnamed girl finds Garamy outside drawing something in the ground. However, as she approaches and inspects it, the three Kreen decides to erase what he has composed. This seemingly upsets the girl, who immediately attempts to redraw the image into the soil. Garamy explains that the drawing was his mantra, a story that shares something of his past, but he erases it when he's done. After the explanation, he gives her a piece of dried fruit. The girl smiles before jumping her way back into the catwalk and wandering into the halls, exploring. Ishtar, or Nakal as we are calling him, brushes his elk companion Tychus. Thrak, frustrated about him missing every javelin throw he did in the masquerade fight, goes into a separate room and takes his disappointment out on one of the paintings inside. Thurvish learns from Sidak that he has been with the Corvair since his young teens, that his big goal is serving a noble person with a cause he can share. Thurvish and Sidak check in on Thrak and wake him up from a nap. The orc shares his suspicions about the assassins of the party, thinking there might be an inside job. After a review, there is a realization the two far-out arms the party had acquired from one of the assassins at the masquerade are on the unnamed girl, and with urgency they seek to find her to prevent a catastrophe from occurring. The three hear mouths screeching down the hall, where they find him dancing with Cersei and the red-haired girl. The two guns are safely acquired without incident. Cersei comments that the group is coddling a younger child. There is a brief confusion about leaving such dangerous items on an inexperienced person before Cersei is convinced to teach the child how to use them the next morning. Thrak learns that Garamy was drawing something outside by Cersei and sends Mouth off to go interfere with it. The group heads off to their own respective rooms to sleep. Along the way to their rooms, the red-haired girl sees Nakal down on the first floor, still tending to Tychus. After a short time in her room, alone, she sneaks downstairs and listens in on the drow. Nakal is apparently in a conversation with the elk, sharing recent events with the hooved animal. The ranger becomes startled when he finds the mute child sitting on one of the benches behind him. After notating her interest in what he's doing, he teaches her how to brush Tychus, although she does undo some of his previous diligent work. After some time with the brushing, Nakal tries to convince her to go to bed, but it's clear that she wants to dance like he was in the masquerade. Nakal obliges on her whims, and even forces Tychus to join in with them. After a healthy investment of wiggling, twirling, and ecstatic movements, the three are spent enough to finally go to sleep. Thrak is the first to wake up in the morning and proceeds to go to room, gathering the rest of the guild occupants for a meeting to discuss about the events that transpired at the dance. While his methods of barging into people's rooms to wake them up isn't universally well received, ultimately everyone does agree to attend the meeting. The orc wizard learns that the three Kreen accidentally killed his familiar Mouth and holds a tinge of resentment about it. Meanwhile, Nakal tries to befriend the insectoid and comes to a mutual understanding with him. Garamy offers Nakal a dried fruit, which he explains is a symbol of gratitude and appreciation. The would-be guild members gather in the main hall and review the events of the masquerade. While the information is being gathered about the event, the group decides to name the quiet girl Amelia. Thrak resumes the discussions about the dance and his suspicions that there were guards hidden amongst the guests of the event. Sidak shares his findings after some questions about his telepathy. He mentions it is a blessing of the god of nature, Fenra. Cersei concludes the box that was producing the illusion of the Inquisitor was destroyed to prevent an Arcanist from using it as a means to track the Inquisitor's location. Prince Aren shows up and is filled in about the details that occurred. There was some conflicting reports where a niece heard that the prince was present but left. However, Prince Aren confirms he never did show up to the event. More so, he never advised Kenneth that he didn't, well, that was a bad sentence, that he required the group to show up at all. Some members speculate there might be a prince imposter. Prince Aren alerts them that they have their first client, the king of Runmaros, Roki, who is interested in hiring the guild to protect him for the rest of the week he is in Kane's hold. The members do not have to take the contract, but it would be a great opportunity. The guild members decide they will take this opportunity. Prince Aren also asks Thrak if he could use him as an envoy regarding the Beastman tribes to the south. Aren is hearing about some sort of event causing an issue down there, a life stampede. Thrak appears to be aware of this event, but informs the prince it's not quite a thing that can be stopped with simple words. However, he will be available to try to help if the situation arises. Prince Aren says when the group is ready, they should head off to the Porcupine's Quill, where they will find King Roki. Before leaving, he questions if they should hire a tutor to help the girl learn to speak, and several members donate some money to help the endeavor. Frederick takes Amelia out in the town to buy some breakfast, though he does also get her a few toys along the way. Thurvish sends out a letter while Sidak and Thrak purchase tons of pumpkin spice candles to help Thrak revive Mouth. When they return, Thrak gets to work and brings his familiar back into existence. Nicole procures a necklace with a glass case at the end of it where he stores the fruit slice he got from Garamy. When Nicole shows the necklace to Garamy, it becomes apparent the intent was for Nicole to eat the fruit. Nicole does consume consumes the food and then gives his necklace to Garamy instead. The group heads out to the Porcupine's Quill, where when they find the establishment darkened with shadows and empty. As they move inside, they feel an overwhelming presence of dread exuding from the back of the main room, putting the entire group on edge. Nicole sends several orbs of light to the back to illuminate what is back there, and they see an attractive elf sitting down. The man stands, and the party recognizes him as King of Romaros. Roki comments that they have finally come, but he will need to ensure that they are up to the task first. Suddenly, a wave of malice and murderous intent emanates from the man as the party prepares for what is about to come.
There was something about Mouth dying.
I did mention Mouth was dead. Yeah, your character heard from Cersei that Garamy killed Mouth. It was mentioned. And then you had a tinge of slight resentment, which I believe I heard Box chuckle. So.
Put a big smile on my face.
Oh.
That small amount of resentment, that tiny little resentment.
It wasn't a tinge.
Outright hatred. All right, so as we resume our adventure, our intrepid guild, our intrepid party entered the front door. We're spreading out amongst the beginning area when suddenly the darkness sort of overwhelmed them. It's uncanny darkness, but through his quick actions, the room is illuminated by Nicole, Ishtar, whatever he wants to be, Nicole. Dancing lights reveal that it sits inside the noble, and as he stood from his table and readied his hands aflame, the party members getting in their stances, a loud voice calls out, "Oh no, not in my tavern." And suddenly, this sort of darkness that permeated the room just blows outwards, revealing the inside to be a very normal tavern. Small, cozy. That's a door. That's just a door. You don't know what's behind it. That's all that means.
What? There's a great
It
secret.
must have been the wind. Oh,
There's even a fire crackling. As now you see a large woman, older in her age, behind the bar, and she's got her hands on her hips, and she's pointing at Roki. "I was fine with you buying the place out for the day, but you ain't fighting in my bar." And as your attention is brought to her and then back, you feel no more of that malice anymore. As soon as the room sort of lit up, all of that tension kind of dissipated except for your internal intention. As Roki, he seems to have stood up straight to that, and is almost at attention. Right. No, of course. I was getting a bit ahead of myself. It will not happen, madam. And he bows his head a bit.
That was not what I was expecting.
Well, the moment certainly seems to have passed. Yes, that put a wrench in my plan. We could go outside and settle things now, but I feel like things have already... Well, come in. Don't stand in the doorway any longer.
Certainly made an interesting impression for yourself. I'll start walking over.
All right. What are the rest of you doing?
He's no longer sending that wave of aggression.
No,
right
it dissipated with her voice, basically. Like the darkness seemed to flush out into the corners and just reveal the room to be a very plain room.
Are there any other occupants besides the owner and Roki?
No, it only seems to be the large woman and Roki right now. She did say that he had bought out the place for the day.
And so,
But
yeah,
that
Roki
he was not
seems
allowed to fight in it.
completely different than what he was earlier, right? Like, he just seems like
yes, like her interjection seemed to have caught him off guard. He like stiffened upwards, and then like looked over, and he seems to respect that she's the owner of the place.
Amelia is very tense, right? And her eyes are like looking at every corner of the room, just trying to see if there's any other threat in here. As if almost like an animal that almost just got caught and cornered, right? She looks very on edge. Is there a perception check I can look for hidden assassins or some shit?
Yes, of course. You can roll
Hooray!
perception.
There's one among you right now.
Hidden assassins. They're not hidden. Natural 19 plus... Oh, it's probably 6 or 5. It is a plus 5, so that's a 24. Pretty good roll.
All right. Looking about, your nose is hit with a pleasant smell. Seems to be a large piece of meat kind of laid over the fire. You glance past that and look for anything else in the room. There's a door in the back, but nothing in the rafters. No one hiding under the tables as you glance down.
How high are the rafters?
Yeah, they're like 10 feet up. You could reach him with a jump.
All right, my character. I guess could my character like jump up there and like not hide, but like take that vantage point? Is that possible?
All right. As the rest of you are standing in the doorway, except for Thurvis, who has begun to move over, creature crouches down and, with a flex of her legs, leaps up, grabs one of the beams, and pulls herself up to the higher end of the rafter.
Mouth tries to do the same thing.
Mouth can do that with absolute ease.
Oh!
Now, where's my big silly blocks that I was using?
Mimics the exact movements.
What a professional. Sid would mosey on over with Thurvish.
Right.
What you'll notice on Mouth is there's a pair of wings on his back, but they're not working.
What? What kind of wings? Bird, owl,
What is Mouth now?
bat wings?
Kind of a mixture of all of them. Like,
Did you make a Wizard of Oz monkey?
Yeah. But it does. They're non-functional, and it's just sort of.
They're like super tiny.
Really small.
Almost like it was gonna come out of bat, but it didn't. And it went back to it. So, I'm gonna go up to the bar, of course.
Yeah.
What,
Make yourself at home, don't feel free. We'll have plenty of time to talk. I'm hired for more than just a day. I was really hoping to see at least how you would begin that.
You're paying?
Yes, I've bought the place out for the day, a handsome sum. Right, Miss Mariette?
Mariette.
Hey,
I'll take
go
5.
on with your meeting. She She grabs two in each hand and just breaks the end of one of the kegs until it fills up, and then another one, and then pushes the keg upwards. She does this all with pretty relative ease. She seems like a strong old woman. But she places five tankards in front of you.
Good. Well, I don't know what they're having.
Come now, what is with this hesitation? The rest of the group is seemingly to be standing with Nicole. Cersei will move in though. She'll be with Thurvish. Nicole, you hear Frederick say, "I don't know if this is still part of a test or not, or if he intends to love. I'm not really good at reading people anymore."
Be on watch. You don't know what this one might do next.
Of course.
I wouldn't trust him.
Nicole had every reason, every intent to end the feud here and now.
I've lost my opportunity.
What kind of menacing aura do I feel behind this door? Is it radiating a dark energy or anything?
It's radiating a sort of pungent odor. It doesn't smell great back there.
Oh, all right. I'll keep
not
that
like
in mind.
not like corpses or anything. More like maybe bad fruit.
Oh,
Old
terrible.
fruit.
Mold
Worse.
or compost. Got it.
You stay away from there. I look over at Roki.
So while you all meander about and find your way inside, I am curious, and I suppose I'll ask each of you at some point about this guild you've joined. But is this all of you?
Aye.
Look around. Think
Did we
back.
not bring enough for you?
I don't know, I was only hoping for 2, maybe 3 at most.
No. Enjoy the extremities of the Guild of Iran.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know what the fuck it's called. I take a drink.
I believe that it's tentative to have a name. It was only founded a couple of days ago.
I was there that night at the party. I had left a bit earlier, and seeing a bunch of magic about the place had left me uneasy. Heard of what you had done?
That's nice.
Well, word spreads fast, I guess.
So after that, I did some digging of my own into Prince Aaron. He is a member of the guild, is he not?
Founding member of Souls?
Let's say that.
As I see, the shot caller, as it were, at least for the time being.
He sits back down at his table. He's now facing away from everyone. A perfect chance to shoot him in the back with an arrow if anyone found it necessary.
The temptation is rising.
As he sort of swirls a drink about in his hand.
Yeah, I will have walked over to the table and sat down by now.
And Amelia would just like move to like the center where like there's probably like beams intersect and just kind of just like overwatching, right?
Yeah. The creature has found the perfect position to enact.
Damn you! Damn
something
you!
in any direction. If she wants to have a different name, she can speak.
No, yeah, she has a different name. It's called Amelia. That's what's picked.
No, if she can't say her own name, then it.
That's true. Very true.
I am curious, though. How serious did your prince seem about adventuring past the Great Barrier?
Quite serious, at least from what I could tell. Why do you ask?
Well, it's always been a goal of mine.
Right. So,
What's been holding you back?
Well, I had built a large ark, as you're, I'm sure, aware of. That ark's original intention was to sail towards the Barrier Mountain, large enough to have a large population, perhaps a city's worth of people working. I could even grow my own plants on there. A supply of lumber so far away. What's stopping me now is I've used my creation in order to give a home to my people. That's why I was curious as to how much your prince was willing to put into this.
Afraid you have to ask him for that, but you're so interested with traversing past it. Why? Just curiosity's sake, or do you know something?
His eyes sort of glanced up at you for a moment before peering back downwards. I suppose it's as simple as I don't like the concept of the barrier.
I insight check that.
Sure.
Okay, that's gonna be a 12.
12. Well, it's a hard... He's a hard person to read. That glance, though, there's gotta be more to it than as simple as. Though, maybe if he boiled it down, maybe at the end of the day, that could be what he was referring to. I had heard that a lot of the guild was to unite Primerus. At least the fingers and the great countries together. And that he intended to eventually cross it. I was curious if you felt the same.
I myself am interested in it, but only in a passing.
And what of the rest of you? Like I said, I intended for 2 or 3. This is a bit more than what I intended. My conversation wasn't directed towards such a large group, at least not yet.
Well,
Do any of you care about the barrier?
Yeah.
There's a resounding silence to the room.
I'm sure everybody could be caring of it if you gave it.
If I could speak, I would.
it's a shame, isn't it?
It's a shame.
Cersei sits down beside him.
What about Anise, Frederick, Jeremy? Or have they finally mingered, and or are they still?
Yeah, these two would be about like here. Like Frederick would be leaning on the table, and Anise is just sort of standing in front of it. But Jeremy is still standing next to Nicole.
Yes. I believe my curiosity about the barrier is so much as one would be curious about any natural phenomena. I wouldn't really call it a personal goal of mine to explore it, but if my benefactor were to wish to explore it, then hey, I shall do so.
Sounds like a fine adventure.
Fine adventure. Suppose. Granted, I was born royalty. I've never really had to experience barriers outside of the supernatural. Perhaps it's that which leads me to wanting to break it down.
Interesting word choice.
That was one of my curiosities when I hired you. Another thing, back when our ancestors, they had worked out these agreements, you know, and it's buried deep within the logistics and paperwork behind peace, that there was never to be a unified military between the fingers and Primera. That each finger would be beholden to carry its own military.
I wasn't.
Never had an interest in military.
Well, I was curious to see how militant this prince's guild was. You are all capable fighters, none of you cartographers, mappers, or traders, merchants, anything of the sort. Correct.
Correct, I'm a fighter.
I believe we all give our own unique values outside of the martial arms.
I'm a pretty accomplished writer.
Frederick?
Frederick says that way in the back.
The joys of cooking.
Why didn't you say so, Frederick? I'd love to preview your works.
Has a lot to do with the dead and the keeping upon death. Yes, yes. I'm sure it's a riveting tale. Hagenholt, right? Must be. I wonder if your prince is aware how close he treads the line of breaking our people's, our ancestors' agreements.
Because this guild might be considered a unified military.
Well, there's a fine line the Prince Aaron walks, though I do believe he has no ill will. Though, I guess it really doesn't matter if the outside forces view it as a militant group.
Oh, would you... You're from Runmaros, right?
I know it's hard to tell, but yeah.
Well, do you suppose that one of our own is a warrior of Runmaros?
He turns his head back and stares directly at Nicole.
Do you
Nicole,
consider
are you
him
wearing
military?
anything of your former life? Symbolism, gear that would be specific.
Well,
Necklace,
maybe your
jewelry.
order.
Yeah, some kind of emblem of your Scarlet Order.
There would be an emblem, and then I would also
Uh-oh.
be wearing the attire of the Scarlet.
Uh-oh.
What colors are they wearing? Were they?
I imagine red or
Yeah.
scarlet.
That's what I would assume
They
too.
are a deep shade of red and a deep shade of black.
Much
Okay.
in the name.
So they must have not been very popular or well known in Romaros, because Roki's not recognizing it.
This
Hey!
is a fucking
Straight
speed
forward.
creature, okay?
He glanced back at him and
I'll do a
he
double
looks
backflip
forward.
forward.
I would say
At least I
everyone in
can
this
flip
room-
forward.
Everyone in this room is a capable fighter, above that of the average soul. But heed not, or worry not. For if your prince is working to make a unified army between the Fingers and Primerus, I'm on his side.
That's interesting.
Insofar as to explore the barrier, or...
I think a lot of these things that were worked on are rather archaic. Old men, long since forgotten, who worked so hard to hold on to what little they had.
Yes! Another ale, please.
Mike, you may insight that.
Alrighty. Is he actively okay with this? Maybe. Insight. That's a 14.
You are getting that the slight sort of shade or disdain he was throwing towards the royalties of back then was genuine. Granted, my opinion is one of the ones that matters least amongst the Fingers, given that I don't even have land that I rule over.
Oh, it's a big ship.
It is.
The
You should
largest
visit
ship.
some.
And you're interested in a unified army, are you?
I wouldn't mind seeing all of Primerus work together, not just an army.
Under a unified banner, government, what you will?
Under whoever the people find most worthy.
People.
Electorate, then.
Down with the kingdom, then.
Eventually it'll all come. Leadership passes over the centuries, now with all of our life, so... Well, most of our lives shorter than normal. Things are progressing far quicker than they did before.
Careful, friend, with that talk. They might mistake you for the Inquisitor.
Quizzle.
Yeah. We should talk to you more about what happened after you left that party early.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. In the meantime, I did hire you for a purpose, outside of just security. During my stay here, within the next 5 days, there will be an attempt on my life.
Oh no.
And you're sure of it?
I'm absolutely positive. Mainly because within those 5 days, I intend to return it to them. I'm
You
here
know-
to kill someone.
Oh.
Makes it simple. Who?
Someone from my home country.
Oh,
Looks
I'm
at
gonna eye
Nicole.
Nicole. Yeah, everybody.
No worries. They're not part of his guild.
You have to realize it.
Maybe we should have went outside.
It's quite fine. They won't strike when I'm surrounded by so many people, which is why I'll need you to lower it down to 2.
I see what I am. Do you have a place specifically designed for this ambush you're setting?
It won't matter where they meet me. I intend to take it out of the city.
Do you know how well armed they'd be? How many there'd be? All that good stuff?
He'll be alone.
A lone fighter, and you need more than us? Or more than 3 people, yourself included?
He smiles a bit. I'm unsure of how many I'll need. I mainly want you to be there. You might
Yes.
learn something.
No.
You're asking for us to set up an ambush. So that's what you're asking?
I'm asking 2 of you to listen to what is said during.
Well, if, as I see it, if you've paid the guild, it seems a task that we're capable of handling. And you only need 2 capable individuals.
That's correct. Any more and it might make him hesitate.
Who is him?
He glances back at you. Unfortunately, it's hard to tell what names he goes by. He changes in order to escape me, while I maintain the same.
And he's one of your own.
He's one of my own.
Here.
Here in the city. Amongst the other several thousand refugees.
What has he done to wrong you so much?
That's
what have
personal.
you done?
That's personal. Of course it is.
You said that we ought to listen. What are we listening for doing this?
I'm curious as to how much they're willing to say. And who knows, I might lose, so it'd be nice to have someone to carry on the moment.
Sure won't be somebody to carry on your empire. Well, who's your next in line?
I have someone.
From what I have read, there's not much left. Are you sure you want to take this kind of risk instead of us taking care of it for you?
A noble offer. Perhaps you could.
Wouldn't want a king to get their hands dirty. Now, would you?
I suppose I still have trouble viewing myself as a king. I haven't much of a kingdom. I'm an admiral, perhaps a captain.
You do have a nice boat.
I do have a nice... Regardless, that is about the long and short of it. Feel free to pick whoever you want to send with me. I'll be about town. You're staying in a repurposed church, are you not?
Aye.
Some way of putting it.
It's a literal way of putting it.
I suppose.
Before I start working with you officially, there is something I need to get done in this city that I'd like to do before having an entourage. So I'll see you come nightfall.
Here, correct?
No, I'll go to your place. and consider yourselves hired. This he walks past you and he looks to you for a moment. And here I thought your order had all but died. I'm glad to see one around. I
There's a
heard there
lot
was at
more
least
than
another
us.
3.
He nods.
Do recall something about hearing those other 3 heading east. And, he heads out,
3.
leaving you guys in the building.
Well, that was certainly not the way I expected that to go.
There has to be more than 3.
Well,
Honest-
only to choose who goes with him and all that.
I guess we do have to do that, don't we? Although I was gonna say for a moment that it was actually quite refreshing speaking to someone of royalty who spoke so plainly.
There's now 7 mugs in front of Thrak.
Has he downed all of them?
He's down in them.
It's so weak.
I can get you stronger.
It's alright. Got jobs to do today.
I got ale from the dunes.
That's enticing.
It's on me. On him, I guess. She fills up another keg and puts in, or not keg, but a tankard and puts it in front of you.
Boom, a full keg. That should get you a little drunk.
And it reeks of that heavy dune ale.
Oh, now that's good.
Well, I guess Thrak isn't going to be guarding Rookie if he's going to be getting drunk.
I think you should put somebody that actually cares for his life.
Charming.
How are you feeling about this, Gerald?
Everyone looks around.
Jeremy tilts his head at that remark.
Amelia falls down from the rafters and lands next to Sidak.
I mean, I'm fine with defending him if you'd like. I don't mind being, around him. Or...
Happy to as well,
Right.
for what it's worth.
I don't know. Cersei and Anise. Probably a bad idea.
Maybe it would entice someone to attack.
Me and Cersei, though not great for each other, do cover a lot of bases in common.
It is true. Judging based on your skill set.
To be
He fist bumps Creature.
Creech.
Yeah.
I think it should be Sadak and Nicole. That's my offering.
Why is that, pray tell?
Oh,
Because we're
put off-
elves, perhaps?
Oh, I'm not trying to be any sort of racist or anything, but I'm just saying. You two both seem to be more of the shadow lurkers. It seems like he wants somebody to skulk around, right? That's what I was putting off. Want somebody in the shadows, overhear things, not necessarily put on a guard.
Fair.
Never truly got your answer. Give me what's your opinion about all this?
Who cares?
Poisoner. Jeremy's just like, it stops when you say who cares. He's cut off by it.
Go on, he's a drunkard.
The poisoner speaks like all the royal. They're good with their words, able to thread them into whatever shape we think is appealing.
You're calling Roki a two-faced only putting on a, what they call it, a facade?
It is hard to tell, but I do not trust poison. Not initially.
I
My God.
think it would be nice for me to be one of those people.
I think technically you are a poisoner.
I am technically from his homeland, yes.
So he says he just doesn't trust poisoners. Am I missing something? I'll take another one of those drinks.
Perhaps
Right.
the people who aren't good at hiding the shadows should follow from a distance.
Specifically called for 2.
Yes, 2 that he's aware of.
Do you really think that Roki is just going to not find the other people?
I don't know how capable he is.
He built a whole ship in a couple of days after, what happened.
Well, I think you do have a very solid point, Frederick. I will stay behind. I will not accompany him. I will try and shadow if I can.
We're looking
So
for people to
who's
stay
my
in the
second?
If we're looking for people to stay in the shadows and not be spotted, I'm quite noticeable. If I follow him, at the very least, I don't need to be all sneaky beaky.
Well,
Right.
Call sounds like you have your second then.
Open for debate. Going once. All
I
right.
see no issue with it.
If that's what you want to do.
I mean, fine, sure, if you guys want to.
Do you really want to, Cersei?
It is...
She shrugs her shoulders a bit.
You're more
Dervish?
than welcome to go. I'm not. I only said because I'm quite poor in being sneaky. That's all. I'm happy to be sneaky, but I might be bad at it.
I can be sneaky. She motions her hands a bit and pulls out a book and flips through a bunch of pages, and then flicks it forward. Invisibility. Could cast it on myself.
Well, that's a good one. Mind if I take a look at that?
You read Elvish?
Can I?
I don't
Actually,
know.
I can.
Can you?
I
Alright.
can.
Yeah, she uses Mage Hand to lift the book and kind of like gingerly tosses it over to you.
I'll look it over.
The spell invisibility is there. If you had the materials necessary to copy it down into your book, you could.
Amelia chases after the book and then jumps and lands on the chair next to where it landed.
Summon the quill.
The quill is summoned.
I don't have the ability.
Mouth
I don't-
grabs it and starts violently shaking it.
Right. So, seems that Nakal and Dervish shall accompany Roki. Cersei and myself shall be in the shadows.
So
Uh,
the magic quill.
Mhm.
What do I still need to copy into a book? If it
You need a certain amount of gold per level of the spell. I forget what it is.
was the
50, I think.
50 per level,
Um,
so 100 gold.
Yeah, your pen lets you do it dramatically faster. Instead of it being an hour or 2
2
hours
minutes per
per.
spell level, so I can do it in 4 minutes.
Yes, it still costs the same gold rate for you, unfortunately. So you're gonna invisibility. It will cost you 100 gold of ink specifically meant for inscribing. And it's not just the ink, but like the ink is like part of like you learning. So that cost is part of the learning process too. So yeah, I should cost you 100 gold and then 4 minutes of your time or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah, I'll spend 4 minutes and 100 gold to write invisibility into my book.
All right, sure. You take out your fancied ink that you had already on and that you had gold on when you arrived, and you copy down the great spell invisibility. You now have the ability to cloak yourself in shadow and hide away. After 4 minutes.
Preparing it too.
No, I can't. I don't have it prepared.
Yeah, just confirm.
You take-
Normally 2 hours per spell slot and 50 gold per spell slot, but yours is just like a minute or whatever per spell slot.
Yeah, you can sit down when you come across a cave written spell and just put it in your book real quick.
You just gotta. Technically, you're supposed to have the ink as a raw material, right? So you have to buy that in advance. So
Well, I have the quill. right?
Well, I mean, we're in cities, so maybe Box doesn't care right now. But if we go out and about and you don't actually have the enchanted ink, you can't do it. You actually have to have the enchanted ink. Your gold needs to be converted in advance.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then I wouldn't do that then if I don't have if I need an
Yeah,
enchanted
but
ink.
right now, like you're in a city, you're gonna be able to find an enchanter pretty quickly. So I don't think it's Box's direct discretion.
Well, what do you want me to do, Box? I don't mind either.
That's why I said we retconned it that you already had purchased this before you arrived.
Okay, all right, sure.
This is small lemons right now. Later on, it could matter, especially if you're like
Yeah.
out and about, right? So you
I'll
need
have to buy ink ahead of time.
yeah, you'll need to have the money in advance. So you can't like loot the dragon horde and be like, okay, now I'm gonna write all the spells. No, you have to have the ink in advance.
Okay, I'll spend money on ink. I didn't know how it works with the quill thing. If the quill had the ink or I need enchanted ink
Yeah,
to do it. That's what I was asking.
the ink portion for normal quill is to do with infinite ink, but for spell scribing, it still requires the gold cost.
Okay, all right, that's fine then. I'll just make sure I do that ahead of time next time. All right, appreciate it.
Right.
No, this,
Oh,
this,
that's wonderful. I throw it back over to her.
She as you just sort of toss it, she like and catches it with both hands up in the air. Very careful.
Oh, well, you should get yourself a better one. I slam the metal one on my desk.
That seems unwieldy.
Put a little muscle tone on you. Nothing wrong with that.
How the hell
So am I just staying here drinking all day?
Are you just painting this metal?
no.
How are you writing on this metal?
I etch it.
No, we don't have to stay here. He said he'd meet us at our temple come nightfall. We're free.
Didn't he say empty church?
that's our guild hall.
Guild Hall.
Yes. Well,
Until I hear back from the priest of Yrmir. Anyways, thanks for having us, madame.
So you, Freddy.
He just sort of wanders out into the daylight.
very to the point, that one.
Amelia starts stacking the tankards that you've been drinking off of and starts making a pyramid with them.
You got the 6 that he's already drank. He's on the 7th right now. So you got a perfect 3-2-1 pyramid.
Jesus, Thrak, you gonna be all right?
Oh, fine. Never better, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I should catch up then. Can I have one? Whatever Thrak's drinking.
Which one do you...
It's on his time. She push it in front. She fills it up with the Dune Ale, which is like sort of you take a sniff and you almost feel your nose hairs burning. It's a heavy drink.
Are you sure?
Jesus. Oh, I'm positive. So how do you drink this? This is a shot, or what is it?
You drink it how you think a man should drink it.
All right, I'm gonna shoot it, and I'm going to proceed to shoot it.
It's not a shot though. It's a tankard.
No, it's a tankard.
Oh, it's a
He's
tankard. No, I'm just gonna drink it then.
All right, you're putting it back. I'm gonna need a con save from you.
Lovely. Come on, roll low. Okay.
And then your
It's
cons.
13.
13. It is a hard taste, and there's that brief sort of moment, but you manage to swallow it down, and you keep it down while the two of you are drinking and Creature is playing with her cups. Jeremy tugs on Nicole's sleeve. Poisoner, why is it you do not trust?
Do not trust Roki.
Yes.
I truly believe he's the one that created the creator in my own homeland.
If he had done that, wouldn't someone have killed him already?
If you have enough money and power, you can have other people do the dirty work for you.
Perhaps the one that we are to watch is one seeking justice.
You even said it before, this man has appearances to be played with. Would not think anything otherwise. Personally, what does he gain?
But if this is the case, you will watch. You may even help snuff out someone who is seeking revenge.
It's complicated right now. There's no evidence, but if I believe that he is, and if I believe the person attacking him is getting revenge or justice, it's the damn if you do, damn if you don't situation.
For me, revenge for the wrong done to one's people comes before all.
Oh, quite wise, Jeremy. But at this point, nothing I do will bring back the people that I've lost. So now I must rebuild what was once glorified. Bring back the Scarlet Order. We stood for many things. We defended those who could not be defended. We were once powerful, now, what, he said 3 others? There has to be more than just 3.
3 near here, untold everywhere. That is what you must believe. Press
Nicole would not.
I will return to my mantra.
And
You're on,
he heads out.
Jeremy.
Jeremy heads out. Alright.
50 gold will be useful one day.
Never.
Maybe if you don't spend it on necklaces.
Back at
Creature
the
speaks in common.
back at the temple inside the stables on ground, there's a 50 gold creature sitting there eating its 50 gold carrot.
Oh, it's so nice.
All right. So, Sadak, while that conversation was happening and the 3 at the bar are sort of living up this moment of free drinks in this comfy place, what are you up to?
He kind of muses on the situation and has some internal thoughts about preparing for a mission, and then seeing the 2 at the bar lackadaisically drinking. Yeah. It does a brief chuckle a bit before turning to those not at the bar. Do any of you have any supplies you need to buy?
I suppose I could go and try to procure some potion. If we are to fight again, it would be nice to have healing unrelated to Nicole's limited pool and Frederick's ability.
I think that would be prudent, yes. What have you and
I'm good
Ace?
friends with the potion maker, so I should be able to get them at a disc.
Oh. Well,
Jesus, Cersei just gets around.
yeah, that'll be a benefit.
Those dance moves do.
I think I'll get on that. So long. She's gonna head out.
Jesus.
Whoa.
I catch her before he falls.
You go flying too.
No!
Alright. Anais, as you turn to her, looks over at you and sort of shrugs her shoulders. She's been getting more and more reserved as time went on during her stay here.
We're losing her, boys. We're losing her.
Is everything alright? You seem morose.
I'm amongst the lowest of the Mage Slayer. I thought this was a test when they sent me, something to prove my ability. But more and more as time goes on, I've come to realize they sent me as a courtesy.
I can say I at least can relate to that feeling, as whenever I first started out in the Corvair, I was given all the assignments that no one else wanted, and it almost costed me my life a time or two, I must say, but what I learned is that doing what you feel is right, taking these assignments and coming out on top, you're not proving it to them, you're proving it to yourself that you're where you belong. And by doing this, by answering the call for your group, you're putting on a better show than, well, most in the anti-mage group, I would assume. I mean, would any of the other members of the anti-mage group have meet the 2 kings in one day? Well, almost one day.
Suppose just can't help but escape that. The idea that I was sent as simply a appealing envoy, one with no giant blood.
Does giant blood make one or more appealing envoy?
To the people of Primerus.
Well, for what it's worth, I would have taken you over anyone else in the castle when the ambush happened. Others said you did quite well.
I hesitated. I could have stopped the illusion on the roof if I acted quick enough. Or perhaps the enchantment. If I were real, would have not needed to worry about anything else. I appreciate your words.
Of course.
Their comfort.
Well,
if you excuse me, I would very much like return to the temple in case it's been written.
of course. And feel free to call upon me if you need anything.
She nods her head and flies away.
Oh!
Wow.
How do they do that?
One
Leaving
milk
now.
for the girl, please.
Milk?
Yeah.
She's too old for milk.
Let's give her
Why are
milk.
stifling her drinking? Regardless of
Everybody say she's too old.
regardless of this, she does look around for a few kegs. Might be sour.
Amelia has gone to now trying to balance like on the precipice of the corner of the tankards and just pile them as high as she can.
I cast prestidigitation on the milk to make it chilled and taste like chocolate milk.
That's an awkward taste. But she she places the thing. She kind of slams it onto the table, and you watch the tankards you stack like do a jump, but land still good.
Try that.
She
What the
will.
fuck is all this writing? Big bad evil inside. What the fuck? Get rid of all this.
She will eventually learn that that's meant for her, and she will drink it. Hopefully, it's tolerable.
Tastes good. Tastes like it's been magically enchanted to taste better to be colder. It's not bad.
Surprised, then she'll drink it all very rapidly, very
Cold
quickly.
chocolate milk.
You
Oh,
got yourself
man.
a white mustache.
Do I have?
No, I
do
make
I-
I make it look like chocolate milk too.
All right.
It's a chocolate milk mustache.
Are you two giving her alcohol? What is in that? What is in that?
Is it like
worry.
so cold that it causes brain freeze?
No.
I can't do anything that'll hurt you, so
Well, brain freeze might not actually be damage, but
I don't know if you wanted to. I'll make a frappuccino.
what?
Bending it.
Nothing negative about that experience, right? It tastes fine. It's chilled. It's nice and cool. It's not instantly freezing her brain.
All right,
It's
so yeah,
fine.
after like several gulgs without breathing, right?
Fight for it.
Milk.
No,
drink.
no.
Drinking like that's the first time she's ever drunk.
I say. Well, no alcohol in that side act. Don't worry about that.
Oh, good.
She must be in her late teens. Why are you stopping her from drinking?
There's nothing in here that could get me drunk, so there's probably nothing that could hurt her either. That's an honest thing. But
I don't think that's how that works. But you know, I'm sure that if we were in a more stable environment, we could definitely have her experience a drink or two.
Seems stable.
that just seems
Uh,
irresponsible.
it's not in a controlled environment.
Oh, are you thinking back at the guild hall?
Yes. Also, if we weren't being paid to be on mission tonight,
I can't
Just,
recall.
you know, if
Are you-
that was forgotten about,
There's like 7 cups.
yeah.
Do you think that this is going to impede me from carrying out a mission?
The
don't
doing alcohol
know.
did hit hard.
I don't
I
know
don't let
your
him know
limit.
that, but
I
it
don't
did.
know your limit, Thrak. I'm just being a good friend
I
and
can handle it.
compatriot.
At the
Last
minimum,
time you
I-
drunk thi-
at the
last time
minimum,
you
you're
drunk
gonna
this
be
much, you didn't do
peeing.
well with your javelins.
you're gonna be peeing every 30 minutes, dude. You just drank 7 tankards of fluid.
This is almost enough to make me forget what just happened yesterday, but not quite enough.
So you need more.
Well, I mean, if he thinks it's too much, I'll respect his decision. Not have any more.
I appreciate it. I'm looking out for the well-being of my friend.
Anything else you'd like me to do?
No, I think you're doing a good job, Thrak.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Well, there's just a lot going on right now.
Yeah, he pats your back.
I should have killed that one with the guns.
It's okay.
I
did
had a
not-
chance. 4 times I threw and missed. If that would have been a chimera or mountain lion, that caused somebody to die. I'm glad that they were shooting at me.
Could have called someone, but we were here for you. It's the whole point of having people around you, isn't it?
I don't know how you're still standing after drinking that. I have a new respect for you, Thurvish.
Well, I'm glad you finally respect me in some way.
Yes. If
well.
it's any consolation, Thrak, I didn't manage to kill my quarries either.
It's not about killing, it's about protecting, right? You did okay, I guess.
Thank you.
That might be the alcohol talking. Maybe I did have too much.
Yes, I think you may have. That's why I'm concerned about you. A healthy concern. Of course.
Alright. Well, of course, I'm not going to be in the middle of everything, so we'll be off to the side, right? Yeah. Who did we decide to go with him? That arrogant one?
Shall be Nicole and Thurvish. And
Oh. Nicole, how do you feel about that? Saw you sneak over to the side there.
We must do what we need to do. Nothing more different than
I am curious,
any
though.
other job.
I'm just a little bit curious. If it did come down to him dying or not dying, would you prefer him dead or undead? In a way. Oh, not dead. Sorry, I'm not undead. Not dead.
Well, we've only had one fight that had almost caused our lives to no longer be existing.
It's quite. Do
Do
you
you think
hold any
that I
ire?
would- Do you think if I did, I would tell you?
I would hope that you would, considering that we're working together.
Well, for now, but for how long are we?
Well, I figure this is a long and prosperous relationship. Wow, that's really Dune. That isn't Dune.
Smells Dune.
But is Dune... Never mind.
Anyways, sorry, I have to ask.
It's Dune, all right. She says all the way from across the room,
It's
tending to the.
That is Dune.
Got it from an old friend of mine. We used to co-own the bar. He was an orc, but he sold his share to me so he could move back home.
It's a good
Yes.
man.
Yes, he like Sadek has like a stony face expression. The spice must flow.
Spice.
The Dune.
There's such a thing as spice.
That's what you're drinking, is it not? The spice.
It's probably got some influence of spice.
I'll
in it.
look at the name tag on the keg. Does it say the spice? Is this, come on!
Yeah, sure. It says the spice.
Let's go!
God damn it.
The spice flows from
This
the
is
Dune.
my Dune.
This is my
Anyways. No, but I'm just curious. Nicole, we're going to send you out. You know, it's this is going to be our mission together, right? And our
Reflecting.
mission is to keep him protected. And I'm not sure if maybe your thoughts about his safety are maybe perhaps not in alignment. Am
Well,
I
if I
wrong?
succeed, I succeed. If I fail, then it is upon me that I'd failed not protecting you.
I don't sense any sort of. Okay. Well, I mean, I trust you to an extent.
If he were to die, let it not be on our watch. Is that good with everyone?
I prefer not to have my charge die.
Right? Yes.
Nakao, is that going to be alright with you? You're not going to put an arrow in his back or have your Picus kill him, are you? Oh dear.
Eerily silent.
Yeah. He's not committing to anything.
I know my arrows do fly true, but you can ask Thorak that sometimes they do hit the mark.
Oh.
Thorak.
Oh.
Thorak.
Thorak, is that Garum?
Thorak.
Yeah, I figured. That's a good one.
Oh, you
should've
put the
caught
arrow in him yesterday.
Today.
Oh, was it today? It's been a long day.
You told me you can catch it, and I tested to see if it's true. In
That
my
was-
Certainly caught
band, in my band, I've seen people catch my arrows as I got near them, but I guess this one was too slow, or really wanted to take a hit.
Right.
I don't need to explain sarcasm right now, right?
What is sarcasm?
Okay.
There are too many drinks in to explain
I have
sarcasm.
not enough drinks in.
Sarcasm's when you make a witty asshole remark and you're trying to cover it up by being an asshole.
Thank you, Siri.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not Siri, Dervish, it's Variant.
Ah, right. Sorry about that.
Furious.
Does that make
Hey,
me
Siri.
the asshole or you're the asshole?
I'm the asshole. I'm just saying this so we can finish up the conversation and get on to the mission. I hope he hasn't died already.
Well,
That
he
one
might
is an
have.
arrogant son of a bitch. He said he had something to do before he went. Anybody catch that? I was drinking.
Yes.
What is he doing?
Didn't say.
He said he would meet us back at the guild hall, though.
So nobody knows where he's at this point in time.
That is
Oh, if
correct.
I had to guess, I'd say he's meeting with his old friend.
That sounds completely safe and not like anything could happen while we're under.
And between you
Okay.
and me, every time he comes to town, he buys out my entire place for the day.
Is there some
But-
sort of a friend with him?
I suppose. He likes my stories.
Seem to respect your decision to stop the fight there.
And he was raised noble. You know how they are.
Yes, I do.
She's collecting your used tankards, even
What
the
do
ones
you
that
know
Creature
him
was
so
playing with. Well, just back in the day, him and his chose to stay here, and apparently I was a admirable shop owner.
She's reaching out as the cup gets out of range.
Yeah, just throwing them all into a big wash bin.
Who's his friend as well? You said he might be meeting with someone.
Oh, I never got his name, but he would always talk about how he was in town to meet someone. Special
Never-
someone.
Oh.
Um, maybe it's not too late. Can I get a tankard, please?
Of course.
Water, please, though.
She looks through all her stuff, and then underneath the cabinet, and she goes, oh, "Haven't used this one for cleaning yet." Fills it up and places it in front of you.
I down the drink and then I slide the cup over to Amelia.
Oh, all the way down.
Give me a drink,
She's
bartender.
filled with
Me-
fury.
Immediately starts trying to balance it again on the corner.
You pissed her off beyond repair now. The bartender pulls out her gun.
Roll for initiative.
Wait, those weren't real here, right? Gunpowder is expensive. You want
That's right. But I produce it. Look under your seat, and you realize you're all sitting on TNT barrels.
You wouldn't suppose that the king has some sort of an acquaintance here, that perhaps they have some sort of an heir? Maybe we should follow. That sounds like an intriguing, juicy story. Wouldn't you be interested, Nicole, to know about some sort of a crazy plot? I'm getting tired. It's early, too.
It
I
is
think
early.
it's the alcohol that's finally getting to him.
You want to take
Do
a
you
nap?
spice any of those dune drinks?
Spice the spice.
Got a couple of them. Imagine if you found out some sort of a thing where he had some sort of like a, maybe he was dating a half giant,
I
Oh.
think you've had more than enough, lad.
and then they have a half giant drow baby.
I'm gonna kind of like take Threk and try to take him under my arm. He's super fucking like heavy, so he's Sidok's trying to like.
Stop!
All right, Threk, come on,
Stop! I'm
I'll
fine.
run over, grab his other arm.
let's go.
Come here, big guy. Come here.
Stop! I'm fine.
We're gonna go. We're gonna go. We're gonna.
I just want to know those drow babies.
Well, you know what? Let's
Okay.
let's talk about these straw babies another time. Come on, let's go.
There's probably
we get-
making drow
Well-
babies right now.
You're not the most rowdy guild I've ever hosted.
Want me to? I knock over a
no,
chair.
it's not. It's not an invitation, Threk.
But now you done and done it.
Amelia
Must be the most
Amelia
rowdy
picks up the chair and puts it back up.
There. Just
Look-
protect her image.
Look, not in front of the child.
Right.
She's like 16 looking.
She's a child.
She's so small she can't even speak common.
Yes,
Can't
Oh,
speak
pardon me.
common.
yes, it's a child. All right, thank you, madam.
Yeah. Thank you. You're a real treat for everybody.
Yeah, thank you for not trashing up the place just because he bought it for the day.
Yes. You're very beautiful.
I said as he's like leaving the.
All right.
Might be
Yeah,
a
I'm
bit
on
too
back.
old for you, lad.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the group is leaving. Creature follows a set of stacked cups where she was. Mariette looks at the cups and then throws them all into the clean.
Yeah.
All right. You exit the building and you'll return to the early morning, sort of early day time that it is, prior to even noon, really. There's people out in the streets, and you're carrying a drunkard orc.
Just tipsy.
Just tipsy.
Just tipsy.
You're carrying the tipsied orc.
He's saying that, but he's really drunk. No, he just he thinks this is what tipsy is.
I think that's what tipsy is.
I was going to go grab a few things. Does anyone else need to buy anything?
I'll buy you something. What do you want?
Maybe,
No.
maybe I'll take him back while you buy things. How's that sound?
That. Are you good?
Fuck yeah, man.
Okay. Then you know
Alright.
what?
Hang loose,
Let's
dude.
go.
I mean, he's gonna kind of like give you a half hug, pat you on the back.
Let's go shop. Come on.
Yep.
Come on.
And Sadek is gonna disappear into the shadows.
Oh, where'd he go?
Oh, he's
All
this
right.
way. He's
I'm gonna try. Amelia wants to try to follow Sadak.
All right.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna need a stealth from Sadak as he goes around a corner.
It's gonna be a 18.
Oh, you actually do succeed because that's cocked and it's not the 20. It's the 8, unfortunately.
Doesn't even look like the 20. It looks like an 8.
Yeah, no, I know. And then you hover over, it's an 8. So, just if it was only that 20, I would have been fine.
You try to follow him, creature. You happily skip around the corner to see where your friend is going, only to find that it's empty. There's no one there.
All right. She'll then return back to the rest of the group.
All right. Nicole, are you also heading with the people carrying the drunkard? Or you're carrying him, right?
I'm not. I don't need to carry, but maybe.
Are you carrying your
guiding
help?
me.
But you got one arm.
I've got one arm under him, yeah.
All right. Now, if only you had a horse or something to drag him.
Did when Sid left, did he like turn an alleyway and leave, or did he just start
yeah.
fighting with the crowd?
You know, he fucking through some crowds and then down a corner. He disappeared from people's sights.
We know at least the direction.
You know the direction he left in, yeah.
Okay.
He went west.
He's going to go kill those other 3 members of the Scarlet Order.
No.
I pull out like my arrow.
You fire it loosely into the air and it'll land on him eventually. Alright. So, Sadak, what are you doing while that party is off?
I am going.
You're out on the outer ring right now, which is considered the poorest of the rings, really. This is where the houses are the smallest.
Excellent. I am going to find an herbery, either that or an alchemist, and if I can't find a good one here, I'm going to move to the inner city.
Alright. Heading about the edge, you notice, as you're searching around, just kind of walking through the crowds, trying not to pick up any notice, you see a large building that has a sort of overgrown wall to it, vines wrapped around it, There's a sign that even some plants are wrapped around. It seems to be Helgen's Herbs is the name of it.
Yes.
And
Right.
as you're about to enter, from the corner of your eye, off in the distance, you see a second shop, an alchemy shop, and you see someone leaving it who looks familiar.
Oh no,
You've
it's
not
good.
seen. You've not seen them many times, but they just stand out, and especially because they are just a bit too clean for this side of town. Ugh. It's the handmaiden for the queen. She's all the way out here on the outer ring, and she bought something at the alchemy set, but she's heading in the opposite direction from you. Poison there.
I'll try and catch up.
You,
I'll try and catch up.
right. You begin hustling while keeping your sort of stealth walk, and you take a corner, and I would need you to roll me a perception.
Oh shit, she's good. Let's see, big dice for this one.
Big dice.
All right, back to Helgen's Herbery.
You take the corner, and looking about, it's just a bunch of people in ragged clothing, hoods up, just moving around. You've lost sight of the handmaiden in the crowd, unfortunately. You return,
I'm not used to the city.
walking past the alchemy shop now to go to Helga's herbery. Herbery. Pushing open the door, you ring several bells, not just one, but 3 sets of different pitched bells. Ding, ding, ding. As you push open the door, sitting behind the counter is a sort of bluish-furred furbolg woman, and she looks up at you and she goes,
Oh, welcome to my herbery. Can I get you anything?
Yes, I am in the look for, well, to put it bluntly, some more exotic plants, things that would be used for both antidotes and their adverse effects. Say,
That's not an unusual request. The large furbolg sort of stands up from her chair and moves over to a corner.
Are you looking for just seed, full potted plant, or leaf?
leaves for the time being. I do not know my stay. Things like leeching blade, maybe spider silk. If you have the ivory blade as well, would be useful. I know not the quite the breadth of plant on Primera, but if I were to be able to observe their qualities for a time, or if you happen to know any good recommendations.
Yeah. Let me just look up the word I'm looking for here.
Yeah.
What's the word? It's a plant-related word that sounds like metal.
Or
No.
Meadow?
No.
Pedal.
iron.
I hate you. I said plant-related word.
Symbiosis.
Nettle?
Photosynthesis.
Nettle. I think that might.
Yeah,
be it.
nettle is like there's like death's nettle and stuff like that,
That's nettle, dude.
What
like
I
stinging
have
nettle.
is the assassin's nettle.
Oh,
The barbs of this plant produce quite the potent toxin.
Jesus.
It leaves the target sluggish, and they have difficulty comprehending.
Mechanically, it puts them under the poisoned condition.
excellent. Sounds familiar to another plant we have in Arundel. May I have? Do you have a specimen for me to observe?
She reaches under her desk.
They have to be grown in dark to truly flourish.
And she places it in front of you. This sort of spiraled plant with the leaves have these sharp little spikes at the end of them, and they have the sort of green in the center, but sort of red to the outside of them color.
With such vibrant colors, the plant really does warn the person of what will happen when they try to interact.
No. Funny, whenever I first started learning about herbs and poisons, it's always the most beautiful plants that are the most deadliest. Yeah, he observes the plant for a moment. If I were to, I don't know. Based on like how big this plant is, if I were to get a plant, how many uses of poison could I get from a plant, would you say?
Probably 10.
Okay.
Then it would take some time to regrow, a long time.
Right. How much for the leaves and how much for the plant?
Well, this one has yielded 10 leaves, each of them valued at roughly 5 gold. The dew of this plant and the toxin within seems to last for but an hour when separated from the leaf.
So I would need to prepare it relatively quickly, or if I were to use it.
I can't recommend using it as a toxin. I simply explained its uses for the antitoxin purpose of it.
Of course.
Furblog, man.
But if someone were, and you were stabbed with its venom past an hour, I imagine the effects would be quite diminished.
Right.
Though if you wish to buy and cultivate the plant, I would be willing to go as low as 40 gold.
Thanks for a moment.
It's a fucking deal, dude.
He has to prepare it before the confrontation, though. So
He'll reach into his pouch and pull out 50 gold and set it onto the counter before extending his hand. I do not know how long I shall be in Primera, but I trust that I can rely on your discretion if I have need of any more plants.
Discretion? All I do here is sell plants. Now, plants can people, but so can most others. What a person does with what I give them is entirely their own.
He nods his head and, feeling satisfied with the exchange, takes hold of the plant.
She hands you the potted plant. You now have one assassin's nettle plant.
Excellent. Helga, I assume. Thank you very much. I look forward to future business.
Of course. And if you find yourself in need of perhaps stronger things here on Primera, you should travel to Durantel. I hear they cultivate quite the wide variety there.
I'll keep that in mind. Durantel, is it,
Far to the south, right on the Dragon's Breath Sea.
I see. Well, I shall keep this in mind. My thanks. He'll
Thank you for your patron.
he'll make his way to the door. And
You leave the pleasant smelling flower shop.
I forget you said it has to be grown under darkness.
yep. So he takes the plant and he's gonna take like a piece of cloth from his bag and kind of drape it over and hold it in his offhand, and he'll make his way back to the guild.
Fantastic. Meanwhile, at the guild, stumbling through the front gates, is drunken Thrak, who maybe is playing it up a tiny bit. You know, he maybe getting carried was part of the plan. Drunken Thrak, and skipping behind them is Creature in Mouth.
Don't let it bother you. Don't let it bother you. That's where he's getting his enjoyment. He's getting his enjoyment from it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's fine. Fine.
I really. Alright.
What?
Preacher. Alright. So returning, again, you can see off to the side, near the stable section of this place, where a sort of interim stable has been built. Anais is currently brushing someone else's horse, who really, it's a kind of an invasive thing she's doing, brushing Lunadar over there.
Brushing it the wrong way.
No, you launch it.
That's lying. May I help you?
Oh. He wasn't eating. I was just tending to it.
They feed him the wrong golden carrot.
No, the bucket's full of golden carrots. They're unedible. They're made of metal. No, I'm kidding.
I've been lied to. I'll put my hand on the Luna's, Luna's side.
Are you doing alright, Luna?
The horse sort of stomps its foot uneasy. It seems agitated. Can you roll me an animal handling to try and get a read of the animal's current motive?
Waiting for so long for this.
For your proficiency animal handling check? Okay.
That's a 15.
It's pretty apparent the horse wants to move. Like, it's been locked in the stable for over a 24-hour period now. It wants to move around.
It's getting restless sitting here tied up. Should have known.
Go walk your horse, dude.
You mean ride my horse?
We walk horses here.
Alrighty, well, I'll be back.
You could, if you were looking to make money while here and not intending to ride it, loan it to one of the carriage companies.
You think that Luna will be able to survive those long, drawn-out, those filthy mud areas? You think they'll treat Luna as good as I have?
You've left her in the fucking stable for 24 hours.
It was a recommendation.
Oh, yes. I've been learning this thing, what was it, sarcasm?
Well, you're quite good at it.
Already? Interesting. I just started this.
I was also being sarcastic.
Fuck!
Got stabbed.
I did not expect this to be, it's fine.
Well, don't allow me to stop you and your horse from bonding.
Yeah, she looks at the brush and then just kind of places it in your hand and walks past you.
Do you not have a horse?
No, I rode here in a carriage, like most of us. Back home, I had one, but ocean travel really prohibited it from coming.
You miss riding horseback?
No, not really. I always felt it unnecessary to ride horseback in combat. And that was when I was most using them. But I don't imagine you ride it in combat. It seems like a well...
This horse was bred for battle, but I'd feel sad if this were to get wounded due to my lack of handling.
She looks back at Thurvis solo carrying Thraken now. He drank that much this early in the day.
Oh yeah. He's not doing well.
Fine.
Okay.
It's not even noon.
Yeah, I think he's got a
Noon.
problem.
It's noon somewhere.
It's okay. That's not exactly acceptable even at noon, but should we find you a seat somewhere?
Take a seat right here.
Okay, you can sleep again, whatever.
Or maybe we do it.
I'm not making you, but I'm encouraging you.
I'll do
Nicole.
it. I'll do it right now.
You're from one of the Order of Runmara. You were a regimented knight, I assume.
Scarlet's
to me.
Order.
Don't you find all of this very odd?
Truly
people-
everything.
They almost seem like pirates in how they act. No, suppose noble pirates, maybe? Just
Greed
structured.
is what makes other people, I would say, evil in a sense. And greed strikes all of us. But I do understand what you're saying.
I don't want to impose myself, my will anyway. So I do think small amount of structure could be beneficial. That group meeting was the first time that I had really felt that anyone in it was participating. Even our combat was a motley brawl. I was fighting alone despite having allies all around me for most of it.
Give me another 2 seconds, I would have been able to help you as well. I had that person in my sights before your foe had taken the wrong step.
I trust you would have helped. I'm just saying, Prince clearly doesn't know how to run something like this. I don't know what something like this even is, if this is how he chooses to run it. I would like very much if we could work on combat at some point.
Are
So
you
we could
talking
flush
like-
out our strength, our weakness.
Like mock combat or running, what would you call it, drills?
A mock combat could be a good start. I could request them to bring perhaps a dummy here, something to work on, just something so we can find out where our strengths and weaknesses. The Prince has worked tirelessly to pull together a team of people from all different walks. We need to work together to form some unique bond amongst them. Maid Slayer working with maids is already weird enough.
I would love that. To see the strengths of others and figure out what we need.
Thank you for listening.
I'm always here. If we're gonna be honest with one another, you seemed quite withdrawn since we first came here. Is everything okay with you? This is not sarcasm.
I'm glad you elaborated. I was telling Sadak. I was, at least what I've come to the conclusion, that I was sent purely because I am human, not to push myself further in the rank or because this is a priority to the Mage Slayers. I'm the lowest rank, I'm an initiate. I was sent here just to look good to the Prince's new order.
I'm not saying this trying to be rude or anything, but even though I am sent here, my mission is not only to look good, but he would point towards the emblem on his chest, to hopefully bring back glory of the Scarlet Order. You must have other reasons why you're here, not just because you were told to.
She just lowers her eyes and turns her head side to side. It's my first mission away from the academy to.
Well, you have nothing left to do or say or another mission. You can at least be happy that you're enjoying your times out here. The journey of seeing others, the enjoyment of freedom, as he would pat Lynn on the back. Some people don't have that ability to freely come and go. You also have compatriots that are willing to believe in a cause together. You may feel a pawn in a chessboard. Those pawns. I'm so sorry for them. Besides the point. Even being a pawn on a chessboard, you're still bringing value to the team.
Glad you see it that way. There's still some amongst us who only look at me with hatred. And her eyes kind of turn, and she looks down the sort of opening outside yard to where Garamy's working on his artwork.
Is there tension between you and Garamy?
Tension? I'd be referring it to it lightly. The amount of malice between him and me is insurmountable, it seems.
May I ask why? Is it your side that's feeling hatred towards him, or him?
The
hatred towards you?
anti-mages are a branch of the Zalari government and military. We function as a piece of them, the same people who are enslaving his kind.
Mm-hmm. Not. And do you not think that that would make you upset that your kind is being, what you're doing to his?
Prior to meeting Garamy, I was under the impression that the three Kreen, they enjoyed their position in life. They were supplied an ample amount of the fruit, and that in return they had worked as laborers. Garamy paints a very different picture to all that.
I would recommend at least maybe trying to speak to him. If you guys can figure out how both of each other see the sides, maybe there can be a compromise.
Perhaps. Especially if I intend to stay. Which, if my theory is correct, I will be staying until I probably die in combat.
You got many more years ahead of you before that happens.
Let's hope. I appreciate your kind words. I hope that you can more of your order.
Violet order. To always stay true.
She nods her head and she looks to Jeremy like she's thinking about talking to him right now, but you watch like her gloves sort of like clench tight before she heads to the front door and follows in the drunkards who went stumbling in first. What?
Small paces. Small paces.
I'm assuming you guys bring Thrak to the lounge room because it's one of the comfiest rooms outside of the personal chambers, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just dumping him on the nearest lounge couch in there.
Yeah, sit right here.
The room looks great other than one of the paintings on the wall has been pilferated with a bunch of holes in it, about the size of
javelin?
7 javelins.
Look over to it. Jesus.
Okay.
Well, here's a safer view.
Yeah.
Sitting in the comfy seat, the cushion's now slightly more used than they were before. Creature and Mouth come in behind you guys.
Creature puts Mouth on top of Thrak's head.
Embrace it. That demon, that little cretin, that gremlin was put on your head.
I slide over away from it a little.
You create distance. You in fact, the chair moves across the wooden ground as you push away from it just a bit.
What do you want?
Nicole is riding Luna.
Ah!
Ugh. Come on, get off. Off.
Mouth obeys
Off.
reluctantly.
You and that monkey certainly seem to have a very loving relationship.
Yeah, sure.
I think Creature likes it more than you do.
Well, it tends to be just like everybody more than me. I like everybody more than it, so we have an understanding.
What's the deal with you two? Lover's quarrel?
What?
Lover's quarrel, is it? What's the deal with you two?
It's so funny. Where the hell is everybody else?
It takes some time for Sadak to return, and Nicole is riding outside on his horse. I mean, are you taking it outside of the the area? Are you like riding around town, or are you riding it like within the property?
I would ride out of town.
All right, so you're taking it outside because you're within the third rings, and I've been expedient about this, but dragging him up takes it takes a good chunk of time. You guys have to each ring going from one to the next is probably like 10 minutes. So you guys spend fucking 30 minutes bringing him back almost.
That's fine.
Yep. All right. So you're riding him. You're riding him outside of town, enjoying a nice, peaceful ride. I'm sure nothing will happen. Roll a d20 for me, but I'm sure nothing will happen from it.
This is animal handling, right?
Don't roll low.
No, just a d20.
This is animal handling, right?
Random RNG. 6.
Oh.
Not a natural 1. No mugging.
All right, there we go.
That's the worst I could.
Just gotta keep that there for now. That way.
With
All right.
3 exclamation marks.
Sadak, eventually you return. You two notice, or you three notice, as he's passing by the main area. He has something in his arms, a large covered thing, sort of. Not large, large is a bad term, but a noticeably sized covered thing.
Amelia follows.
Sadak rolls another stealth, disappears into the hole. All right.
Let's see. He slunks
Where do you want to
into a
bring
corner.
it?
He's gonna go to his room.
All right. So, you watch him start to go up the stairs. Do you follow up the stairs, or do you follow by leaping onto a table, up onto the railing, and pulling yourself? All right, leaping onto the table, up the railing, and pulling yourself up. So, Sadak, as you reach the top of the stairs, you go up and then you turn around, you go up. She is already at the top, sort of holding on to the banister railing, looking at you.
Yeah, like squatting on top of it, just like a cat
creature.
almost, just looking at you.
Yeah. Sadak would nod in her direction and give a wave before continuing to walk in the direction of his room.
And not even trying to be quiet. She, as you walk by, she hops down and just walks right behind you, right within like a foot or so.
There she is.
Yep. She's creaching right behind me.
Yep. You reach. This is the important part. You reach your door and step inside. Do you try and close it?
I start to sweat.
Do you try and close the door?
I will not try.
She's right behind. All right, creature. Do you follow him into his room?
Amelia goes into his room.
Ah,
all
yes.
right.
Well, you would see it is very. Nothing has really been changed about the room. It is the exact same as probably all the other rooms.
The bed is even made again. It's the same.
Yes.
She seems far more interested in whatever the hell it is you're covering, the thing you were holding on to. Yeah.
So Sadak goes and he where's a good spot where no light is at there in my room, DM?
Well, there's these large wardrobes, which, because your character hasn't brought any clothing with him, would just be empty.
Excellent. So Sadak goes and he looks for one that has like the most space, where maybe he could like rig some sort of impromptu night shaded like herbery, like where I can have like a little mini garden in the house.
There's a standing one meant for coats to be in that you could open the front door of, and that one is very tall and has just a platform at the bottom and then a beam across the top. So
well, he would open that up and he'd put the plant on the top shelf.
Pull back the cloth, and it is a plant. That's kind of boring. You know, you've seen a lot of plants recently, but this one does have weird sort of spiked leaves with a reddish color to them.
She's just watching him.
Could taste good.
No, definitely could.
So he looks at creature.
God damn
and
it!
Looks at the plant.
God damn it, Box! Everyone's using it now. There was one comment, and now it's spread so heavily in the roots.
You made a character that can't talk. They're a creature.
He's gonna look. He's gonna make sure he has your attention, and then he points at the plant. And then he points back at you, and then he shakes his finger back and forth like a no, while shaking his head no.
These are... Well, the last time someone pointed at something, then you, everyone started calling you it. So this is a weird one.
Thanks for a moment. Does he poison the child as a learning experience?
Creature, how do you take this pointing and then...
Confused. She will reach her hand towards the plant, but cautiously.
He grabs your hand.
But this is aggressive.
He puts it back to your side. Let's go. And then, why not? He goes and gets, he pulls out his poisoner's kit and pulls out a small tweezer and plucks one of the leaves off the plant.
The plant will survive.
Yes.
No crip. It will grow anew, even.
Yes, so one of the leaves, one of 10 have been removed as I take the leaf and I begin to, emaciate it together into like a little paste, and I will turn it into its poisonous form. And
roll me proficiency with poisoner's kit plus intellect or wisdom. Intellect or wisdom.
I will use wisdom. Well, we gonna learn. So yeah, that will be a 4.
Because of this, you get the weakest variant of the poison, which is DC 10 Constitution saving throw.
Yes. He will then take
Distracted.
this. He will then take this and how to use this to learn how to make a learning opportunity for someone who can't speak or understand. This is a very tough situation.
Poison to a child.
I think I'm about to poison a child or attempt to.
You could poison mouth.
Let's do that.
Monkey's like
Mouth is there.
hallucinating, vomiting.
As a sudden surge of insight begins to, he's like, yes. He nods.
According to Thrak, mouth is there, which means mouth was with creature.
Oh no, I left mouth in with
On
Thrak.
Thrak's head.
Yes.
I cast several gusts at him to get the hell away from him.
All right. Well, I then go and I take Amelia with me and try and go find creature. By creature, I mean mouth.
Mouth is going berserk in the main room. He's pissed. No one's in the main room. There's no one around.
You're gonna fucking raid the monkey.
He's swinging from banister to banister, but the moment he sees a creature, he swings up and grabs her hair and starts tugging it.
All right. Yeah, he looks. Sadek looks down at creature, and then he kind of like plucks creature off of Amelia.
Creature.
Mouth, I mean. Jesus,
Mouth.
name's getting
Mouth
mixed
sticks his tongue out at you.
Yeah.
Not a monkey.
He then takes this paste and he shows it to Amelia, and then he hands it to Mouth.
Mouth takes it.
Mouth just takes it. And like, just,
I mean, what do you think? He's not gonna eat it, but he's gonna take it.
Is this a contact? Is this an ingestion? What is the poison here?
It needs to get inside them. You're supposed to apply it to a weapon.
Yeah, so the leaves are like slightly like little needled or perforated, probably right. And if they can get into the bloodstream, it's going to cause the nausea.
So then Sadek takes one of his gloved hand and kind of like rubs some of the paste with the nettles on it and on his finger and like roughly like drags it across Mouth's skin right quick.
Oh my, you are evil.
Mouth will need to roll
Mouth is stunned at this.
He needs to roll a Constitution saving throw on top of being stunned.
Oh my god, the monkey poops he just spent. Oh my god, the whole place smells like pumpkin spice.
Oh!
Yeah.
He just poisoned. There's no damage.
Yeah, it's the poison. So what did he get?
3 plus.
Probably
not enough.
He's poisoned.
All right. He's angered. He goes to swing at you. Like, he goes to reach out and grab your hand, but it's so sluggish, and he trips and hits the ground. And he like pulls himself up. He tries to swing away, but his hands slip, and he just falls.
His face turns green.
Oh no!
And he starts crying.
Amelia picks him up and like is patting him and like trying to like help calm him down.
He over exaggerates how much it hurts.
He's attempting to over exaggerate how much it hurt, but even his performance is cut off because his cheeks don't like puff up. He's very poisoned at the moment.
Sadek feels a slight pang of guilt.
So Amelia like petting,
looks
like
up at you with weeping eyes.
she has like the monkey like on her shoulder, like you kind of like when you're like patting a baby, right? And she looks over towards Sadek, and then she nods like as if she clearly understands what you just demonstrated, and then she runs off to go find Thak and show him his familiar.
All right.
Well, I was going to brew a antitoxin, but I guess that's no. I guess that
good poison. That's terrible, DC.
You know what, Sadek? That was a good learning.
Starts throwing up on the way over.
All right, Thrak, you're sitting in here trying to. The room
rubbing
is,
my head.
The room is like spinning almost. That was some hard stuff. That Dune alcohol, it's real good.
I didn't think it was real Dune. That's real Dune. That's
and suddenly, creature comes in and holding mouth like a big gulp with one hand around
What
its
the
side.
fuck did he do now?
Is this green-faced puking monkey?
puts it right in your face.
What did you do? It throws up in my face. Ah! Why? Why do you? What
do you do for them? What do you do for mouth? What do you do for magic?
Thurvish
Oh
is thoroughly
my God.
enjoying this.
What did you do? What did you eat?
It's the perfect crime. Because Amelia can't say anything.
What? Speak, man. Oh, damn it. None of you can speak.
It grabs onto your beard tassels and starts tugging them really hard.
Stop! Oh my! Oh, I can't sleep by myself.
All right. With a poof of magical dust, an explosion behind you where all the rest of it lands. You pass out.
Mouth still tugging your
Mouth.
beard.
Amelia has both hands on mouth and turns him around to look at the sad, sickened face of the monkey.
How long does the
Right.
poison last?
It's an hour.
He's gonna be poisoned for an hour.
Wait, no, wait. How long is it?
Let's see. Assassin's Nettle, a poison. How long do poisons on weapons normally
Usually
last?
a minute.
1 minute?
Usually a minute. They can
Yeah,
last
1
longer,
minute.
but usually a minute.
And this one was a particularly bad brew. We'll say this one is running low on time. His face is returning to color, but he looks utterly depressed as a monkey.
Yeah, he just looks like he went through the flu. He's just sweating. He's energy. He just looks lethargic. She will like cradle him into like Thrak and like position it so like he's like a stuffed animal, so that him and Thrak can sleep in the same space.
It's drooling and puking all over my lap.
Yeah, this fucking. It looks like a dead rag laid on.
Oh.
And then she'll then just like creep out of the room, leaving the two of them for their affair here.
Okay. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kingshold, we've now left the main city. You're just riding through the sort of open plains and the country road. Are you looking for anything, or just sort of taking it out for a wide ride, Mike?
I'm going Need for Speed.
Yeah, so you're not looking for. You're just like I took it out to the most open area, and I'm letting the horse run fucking wildly. I'm riding hard. The wind's whipping through our hair. We're existing. The song from Spirit plays.
Let me just make sure I rolled over 19. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good.
You also put several mice to sleep.
My mouth would have been put to sleep, I guess. Well,
All right. As you're full gallop, you notice off in the distance a cart. It has sort of a blackened wood to it, and you notice it has this sort of big puffed up, curled up, currently purple overring hang. This is a traveling merchant cart. On the front of it sits a well-dressed person. You could go interact with them if you so choose. Random encounter. You don't have to. You can keep riding. Eventually, you return.
I don't have a lot of money,
That's fine. That's completely acceptable.
but I do like people.
You
Wait,
You
Wait, hold
like
on.
people?
Is this person human?
it's hard to tell, but they definitely have all the telltale signs of being human.
I
Their
walk
ears
past.
are-
I drive past.
Yeah, you gallop right in front of him. Whoa! As you go running through with no difficulty. Your racism secured and your position indefinite.
I almost lost it there.
Eventually, after an hour or two of letting your horse exist, it's tired out. It's puffing, and you ride it back to the temple ground, where it returns to its stable.
What's the name of the
I
guild?
will.
Yes.
What's up, players?
What's the name of the guild?
What guild?
Prince Aaron's guild.
As of yet, unnamed guild.
He called it the Explorers League of Primera.
I will use my ability, my primal awareness, and I will activate my spell card. Speak with animals.
And what gender is Luna?
Luna is a guy.
Okay. Luna.
Please be New Yorkin. Please be New Yorkin.
he's huffing right now.
I just want to tell you that.
Whoa! Don't fucking sneak up on me like that. Holy shit!
Sorry.
What
What was I supposed to say?
You could talk the whole time. You didn't fucking say a goddamn word to me.
I have an ability that allows me to speak with you for 10 minutes only.
Could have used it before we went on that fucking run. Let me know where I was going.
I'm just letting you ride. Take the reins.
I thought we had a fucking plan or something. I thought we accomplished something out there.
You just been galloping the horse. I thought it was like an emergency.
Hey, we racing or something? Or what?
Well, making sure you're all tip-top shape. You're beating your times.
I'm top of the fucking world, all right? You don't need to question me about that. I'm a prime horse, a prize horse. I was raised for battle. I was top of my class, I'll have you know.
I know. That's why I chose you, Luna.
Luna.
Is that what you call me? Is that what you've been calling me?
For now, yeah.
My name is Darius. All right, that's what they call me.
Darius. Understand.
That's what they've been calling me, babe. That's what the other members of the herd know what I am. Stomp, stomp. He stomps himself on the ground.
Any last names?
Fuck is the last name?
Understand. Thanks for asking.
Oh man, could have done this before we ran, man. I got that post-exercise mind right now.
Juiced.
So,
Ooh, I could go.
you do know if you don't eat, you'll a golden one.
Hey, you got a fucking apple. Give me an apple and a mare. Ooh, that'd be great.
Did you just say beer?
No, a mare.
Oh,
Female
mare.
horse. Company.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
I kind of knew this was how you were gonna be.
It's the first time you've ever talked to your horse?
The sounds of creatures lingers in the wind. But
Give me some fucking oats too. That'd be great.
at this point, as I was speaking to him, I am making my way into the city.
Yeah. You're still riding them while having this conversation?
Of course.
All right.
Actually, I'll ask him. Do you want me to walk with you or ride you back
It's
into
fine,
town?
man. It's fine. I'm a fucking horse. I was trained for this shit. I can do it. You like this fucking place? I hate walking on stone.
It's alright, but hopefully we get to go somewhere else besides this civilization city.
That'd be nice. That'd be fucking nice. I was trained for mud, for battlefields, stomping over corpses, whatever is in my fucking way. But stone fucking hurts.
Do you need new horseshoes?
New shoes? Never even fucking crossed my mind. I'm on top of my game. I'm on top of that good world, man. Took us all the way from south to north.
If we get you new shoes, maybe it won't be hurtful on the stone.
Maybe that wouldn't be too bad. You know, new pair of shoes. Looking pretty good. Nice.
I also forgot to ask this. Can you talk to Tychus?
Who? Who the fuck is Tychus?
The elk. The other creature that gets summoned by me.
No, that ain't a fucking horse. I can't talk to him at all. I can talk to horses, man. Put me in front of a horse, I'll talk to a damn horse. But you, them fucking squirrels? Lucky I can't climb. I'd eat one of them. I'd eat them.
Didn't peg you as a carnivore.
I'm not. I just hate them. I hate them.
You ate them.
I hate them.
Got it. Understand. I'll just, future down the line, if you don't eat your food, you know you'll get sustenance and you'll eventually perish and die.
Man, listen, there ain't nothing wrong with the carrots they're feeding me, but horse likes a little variety now and then, alright? It's like a carrot one day, carrot the next day, maybe an apple the day after that, so, you know.
I understand.
I mean, like, what? Every day you go inside and you eat whatever else eat? I don't know what else eat. You don't eat horse, right?
You're good. You're fine.
I didn't want to have issue. War horse and all. Bring down the war if someone try to eat me.
You're perfectly fine, Darius. There's nothing to worry about.
What'd you call me before?
Luna?
Is that what everyone's been calling me?
Just me.
Man, maybe that could work out. Maybe a combination of the two. Luna Dar.
That's literally what I called you.
No, you called me Luna.
Yeah, for short.
Short for Luna Dar?
Yeah.
How about Luna Darius?
A mixture of both?
Yeah.
Is that sound good to you?
Sounds pretty good. I mean, maybe. But I can't really understand you whenever you're, not talking like this.
Yes, it's gonna be hard.
Like, it's not even like you're going, Lunadar, like that was kind of like Lunadar, but it's more like, nothing's coming through.
Alright, how about this? I can only do this about once a day.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more. If you... How would we communicate this? If you needed to speak to me in important information, you give me a look, you give me a stare, and we can communicate to each other.
What kind of stare?
What stares can horses have?
Well, I got my war face. He leans his head forward, kind of angrily. I got my pompous look. He puffs up his lips so his teeth are showing.
I think pompous will work. I think that'll work.
So, if I have something that I desperately need to tell you, for 10 minutes out of the day, all I gotta do is put my lips like this.
Yep.
All right. Don't sound too bad. Man, this is kind of better than what we had before. You whipping me, obeying.
I did not whip you, first of all.
You monster.
Well, what you think you're doing? You're dragging your goddamn heels into my sides, and you look at these things on my lips.
You.
He moves his rein. He moves his rein side to side. What do you think these fucking things are doing to me, huh?
Hey, you want my extra fall?
God forbid, maybe I ride one time. Well, it's always me getting.
Because I don't think I can ride a horse or have a horse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm bigger than you. I'm stronger than you. I'm better and faster than you. I get it. You can say it.
At least I have opposable thumbs.
Oh, I don't even have fingers.
Too far. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
That's what I don't like about squirrels. When I was in my stall, they'd run across the scaffolding and drop a little piece of wood on top of me.
You were bullied by squirrels?
I was not bullied. I'm a war horse. War horse. We don't get bullied by no fucking rodents that climb trees or nothing.
Are you mentally okay? Is everything okay? Did the squirrels hurt you?
Oh, you just bought yourself like 3 whole days without me doing no fucking pompous ass look. No, I don't want to talk. Turn off your thing.
I can't turn it off. It's only 10 minutes.
Turn it off.
Hey, are we gonna get you new shoes?
I'm not
or
talking for the rest of it. I don't even want to talk for the rest of this. He's like trotting with his now humming.
And I was about to get this guy some apples, some extra oats.
Still gonna get
I know
You're still getting me the fucking apple. You're still getting me the apple.
Sassiest horse.
Man, he's gonna have only 1 golden carrot instead of 2 golden carrots, maybe.
Watch it.
Well, Lunadarius.
Lunadarius.
Oh, okay, sorry. Name is Ishtar, if you wanna call me.
Yeah, maybe if I want it. Again.
If anything happens, I can talk to Tychus versus talking to you. But you're a real animal versus Ishtar's a thing that I can create out of thin air.
Yeah, I'm real.
Yo, top of the class. Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
How many confirmed kills? Oh.
You asking how many people killed while they were riding me?
How many assists?
Yeah, all right. I could get into that. Well, my first rider was as 10 minutes has passed up.
See, now that you were not talking, now I can't understand you.
Womp 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 womp. Eventually, you get him reshoed for 5 copper, just a minuscule amount, really.
I want the best for my horse.
All right, never mind. You have 5 gold. You pay 5 gold. You get him reshoed.
Yeah.
It's got some bling now on there. It's
getting all the mains.
Got some grills on that horse.
No
gold
grills.
chain.
You get him reshoed the entire time he's stomping in anger. You know, maybe he didn't know. Maybe he couldn't remember what shoeing felt like. It's not pleasant. But then eventually,
Let him and brush him during that process.
Eventually, you come back to the place. It's now later in the day. Thurvis, what have you been doing while Thrax slept? Well, Amelia slept. While Sadak eventually rejoined the room.
Yeah, as soon as he slept, I probably would have moved to the Great Hall to get away from him a little bit. And then sat down at one of the tables.
So, Thrak, Creature, and Sadak, you have a good chunk of time in the Great Halls. What are you guys up to?
Well, Thurbish did her the running and the screeching at the monkey fun. That ain't fun. They just
thoroughly enjoyed that. Oi, Sadak.
Yes?
Guessing you're the one that did that to Mouth?
Did what to Mouth?
Right, very sly. Just want to personally thank you. Wonderful individual.
I appreciate your thanks.
I'm very curious as to what this individual has planned. Supposedly, we're supposed to ambush someone, but not sure how we can predict an ambush.
I don't think we're going to be doing the predicting. I think that's all on Roki, and he'll probably give us a signal for whenever it's about to occur.
Certainly hope so. It's definitely something I wish to ask you whenever he arrives.
Oh, it seems that maybe there's been some sort of divination involved to have some sort of precognition. Feels to know you're going to be ambushed. When, where?
Really? You think divination? It sounds more like he just knows that this is an ongoing thing whenever he goes around here.
Mayhem. Could be that. But
I suppose a king would have access to such magic. But I'm
While
not
you're
quite
having
an
this
expert.
lovely discussion, one of the doors upstairs opens, and Frederick looks down from the balcony at you all. Sorry, did I interrupt?
you'll find Frederick. Well,
Not at all. Would you like to join us?
Sure. I didn't have much. Where does she go?
Oh, she's probably bored and outside.
Oh my god, it's outside.
Yeah.
Then you would be either you could be with Jeremy or you're just up on the building somewhere. But Jeremy's working on a mantra, and on the opposite side of the building, Anais has out a rapier and is currently doing a lot of finesse work on a tree.
That's interesting. I'm gonna go to Anais.
All right, Anais. So, sitting down at the table across from you guys as a creature flips and pushes open a window and then climbs out of it. Just wherever she's going, you know. Oh, never mind. That's a BRB. We'll do creature scene first. All right. So she is actively. You watch as what she does is she takes back her heel and then kicks the bottom of the tree so that leaves begin to fall, and then she's trying to stab the leaves without hitting the tree. She's decent at it, even.
Right after like watching probably for like a minute or two, after several iterations, she's gonna pick up some of the leaves like behind her, like not trying to be like overly like obvious that she's mimicking it, but she's gonna throw leaves in the air and then try to like chop them as they're falling down, just mimicking what she's doing.
You grab a handful of leaves and you hurl them up into the sky, and then roll me 3 attacks, 2 attacks, whatever you do.
And that's 19.
Not bad.
And,
It was
plus, what's it? These are melee.
like a 16.
It's plus 5, 14.
14. All right, so both those acceptable. You take a moment, and at first you're chopping them, but you quickly realize this is not an effective way of hitting them. There's some you can hit at such a speed where it'll cut them, but you begin to do more of like a stab motion with your fingers. You're mimicking her action, and you're able to puncture them like this.
So
actually.
are these like these leaves kind of like catching on the bottom of her rapier and like a shish kebab basically?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So then she would. I guess I'll start having a shish kebab worth of leaves on my finger. I guess.
She like swings her sword to get them off and then turns back to face you, having caught on that you're mimicking her.
She hides her hand behind her back.
I've heard of prodigies, but you seem to pick up on a lot of things quite quickly. She crouches down as she moves closer, grabbing a handful of leaves. But then as she gets close, she just tosses them up in front of you to see how you react.
Let's see. Can I insight her? Is it possible for my character to try to determine what? I mean, I know, but does my character
You
know?
can roll an insight if you'd like.
All right. This is
you don't-
probably a plus 3. Oh, it's 8.
It's hard to tell. It didn't seem like an attack, though the motion could be construed as aggressive, maybe.
Oh no, I meant
Their
more
leaves
like
are falling.
I didn't know if she wanted me to emulate what she was doing or not. So I mean, I know that. I think she wanted, but okay. So Amelia instead,
Picks up leaves and throws them back.
yeah, picks up leaves and throws them back, like mimics and throws a bunch of leaves in the air. And then while that's happening, she tries to loosen the ones on her finger to have them join the confetti falling down. And then she looks up Ananias if that's what she wanted, like almost as if like a child looking up to its parent, like, "Are you happy? Is this what are you proud?"
She places her hands together, her index fingers tapping, as she stares at you for a moment. I wonder what sort of childhood. Probably horrific. Poor creature.
It's kind of obvious. If Anise has even a little bit of insight, my character is watching her, looking at her rapier, like overly studying the weapon. Seems very interested in the weapon itself.
She would look to your eyes and then down at her hips, and she'd reach down and unbuckle her belt and then toss it to you. The whole belt with the holster on it.
And then like puzzling, she learns eventually like how you unsheath it, like looks at the blade, finds it sharp. Ow. Right. Stuff like that.
Unlike the rest of the group, there's no amount of coddling here. As you poke yourself, there's no correction to your actions. You are
Right.
just being allowed to learn entirely with a sharp weapon.
And she just learning like this, right? After probably a couple minutes with it, then she tries to emulate the thrusting action towards the tree without leaves falling. And if enough minutes go by, she would try to kick the tree.
When you're doing that, Anais would like put her hand on your back and step you closer, and then she would rear back her leg and kick the tree herself and make the leaves fall.
Amelia tries to stab the leaves.
Are you proficient with a
Oh,
rapier?
They're martial. I don't think monks get that. So
You will have disadvantage on that on the attack roll, correct?
no, it's just you'll get my proficiency bonus.
All right, just
So
no proficiency.
I can use strength
But
or I
it
can
is
use
a finesse
dex.
weapon.
Yeah, so I can use dex.
So +3.
So add 3 to these. That's a
Ooh.
21, and then
My
after doing a
God.
second attack, a natural 20.
And that's that's your hand now, right? Because you got the one main hand and then bonus action offhand kind of mean.
Oh.
But you get in several stabs as the leaves fall, and as you're missing some, you do a big sweep with your foot that slices through a few of them, but the rest get pushed off. It's a very impressive display.
How does Anais react?
Her eyes widened a bit, and her arms are sort of crossed behind her back. She very much has the vibe of like a teacher watching a student right now who was impressed.
So then, yeah, Amelia would smile and like jump and then resheath the rapier and then hand it back to Anais.
You would make an excellent mage slayer. She would take it and wrap the belt back around her waist. I should teach you how to use the stones. I don't feel capable with magic. I don't even know how you'd produce magic without the ability to speak. She reaches out and pats your head. You've done well, Amelia.
Pop. He muted himself.
Yes, you have done well, but you have angered the dogs.
The hounds
Feel
of
their wrath.
Death.
Hounds of war have been unleashed.
Yes. And it's good.
All right. So now that you're back, Sadak,
Yeah.
once Frederick sits down and all that is happening outside, What are you up to? How's the conversation going?
I assume we're talking about our job coming up.
Aye.
Yes, we were just getting around to that.
What's your
What
thoughts,
about-
Frederick?
Well, I don't know. It's a very weird request. I suppose he's just paying so much because he wants to contribute to the guild. If what he said was true. I'm not very good at reading people anymore, so it's hard for me to tell.
Yes.
You're
It,
really good at it.
it did seem that there's potential Roki is, well, potentially the biggest contributor as a fan of Prince Aaron, at least in terms of ideology. It is curious, but
Also, Nicole couldn't do anything to evade his glare the entire time. Are you sure things are gonna be okay with him as one of the guard?
I'm gonna keep an eye on him myself. I personally don't trust the two of them, but
it was
Please.
not. It was not my first pick, but I'm not one to impose on others, at least for the time being.
right.
But I trust you, Thervish, and, well, I'll be in the shadows if anything goes awry as well.
If
Speaking-
he does end up needing healing, I would recommend bringing him here. Since I won't be accompanying you, I'll just be spending the night here, probably working on my readings or trying to get in touch with my god. You know, it's hard to worship when I'm in someone else's temple miles away from home.
I can imagine.
But if he is trying to be assassinated, I wouldn't bring him to any of the local doctors. Too much risk involved.
Yes. He would be most safe here, most likely. But, yes. Trying to think, is there any other precautions we need to take? But it really feels like everything hinges on Roki on this plan. We know
Well-
nothing.
What I was going to suggest for you, you can get people's heads, can't you? You did at the masquerade, anyway.
Yes, I can get in a few people's heads, as you say.
Maybe if you got in Roki's head, you had one other person that you got in their head. You could separate into two groups and hide better, since you don't need to necessarily see Roki.
I
He can contact you, right? Tell you when things gone down.
can't say I'm entirely comfortable linking my soul and Roki's, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
You're welcome to do it with mine. You've done it before. Didn't know there was a soul involved. I'm not much of a magic man myself.
It's okay. I don't know much about it myself. Most of my powers, the guild and royalty and Arendelle don't know much about either. Just that it was a gift.
A gift of what?
Well, I am. Well, do you know much about Arendelle?
I'm afraid I don't. Happy to hear, though.
Well, you see, giving Box a second.
Lovely weather we're having.
In the meantime, we cut to Mouth as he stands over Thrak, who's asleep. He's unable to stop Mouth from grabbing the gun at his side. He contemplates. This is it. This is the time
Mouth
he can
doesn't
free
have
himself.
the gun. Mouth
He
doesn't-
stole it whenever no one was looking.
He didn't do
He's
it. It
been
was on
holding on to this
Thurvish.
sign the whole time. Thurvish reaches down. Wait a minute. Where's
Wait.
that gun?
My God.
As we hear it, the shot ring out. Silence. No one knows where it came from. But the menace Mouth free of his master, runs out, cackling, leaving the city.
It doesn't even kill.
It
His
does.
diabolical plan
No.
fulfilled.
He had like 18 health. The gun does like a D10. He would have to. I mean, so he it's not on melee, so he'd have to shoot within 5 feet. But he's prone, so he has disadvantage.
And he's sleeping, so it's an auto crit. He's helpless.
If it's auto crits from melee, right?
I mean, yeah, but here's the thing: Mouth uses Divine Smite.
What? He can't divine smite a ranged attack, so it doesn't work.
Mouth is a special kind of
So
paladin.
maybe he's the warlock
I
where
suddenly wake
he
up.
gets to arcane smite. Is it called right? So that because you can arcane smite a ranged attack.
You see, his mouth is like in the fetal position, like in his own pile of vomit.
Just not having
I wake up in a huff, sweating. I had this terrible dream.
Mouth
I can
Mouth is
imagine.
looming over you with the gun pointed.
Anais was teaching the child with a saber.
Oh,
I have a sudden inkling. I must protect. No. I wake up and I see this stupid thing on my lap. Brush it off.
You do not care about your familiar at all. It feels like. Oh my
No, I
god!
don't.
But you brought him back.
I mean, I have to. It serves a purpose. It's a testament to my arcane abilities, which is novice
The
at best.
mutated monkey.
Yes.
One wing
But
slightly
also
larger than
fine
the
sleep.
other. Different animal species. Just looks like a chimera, a failed chimera.
Oh, I'll walk over. I try to find people. Where are people at?
Well, yeah. So you have Thurvish, Sidak, and Frederick in the living room, or the front basically, the big hall, and they're currently talking about discussion about what they're planning on doing with Roki later, kind of plans with that. Amelia is up front with Anais, and Anais and Amelia are being Anais is educating Amelia.
I know that.
Nicole should be returning back soon. It was about a 2-hour enterprise for him to take his Ludarius. Probably should just call it Lundar. But anyhow, on the ride, and that's where the party members are. Garamene's outside. We do not know where Cersei is at the moment. Perhaps in her room. Yeah.
I'll mosey over to Thurvish and the gang. I'll squat down to Mouth and I'll look at him, and he seems to be better now. So I'll say, "Go find the child."
And Box is currently AFK at the moment, so
yeah. That's why I had to do that whole weird.
And I wake up.
shenanigan.
All right,
Feeling better.
I'm back.
welcome back. Welcome back.
Huh. Well, how's everybody doing?
We're good. You came in at an interesting time. We were discussing the situation with Roki, and
Yes. Did anybody follow him?
No.
no.
Well, maybe Cersei did. I don't know where she went off to.
I hope somebody did, because, I mean, what if all of this is for nothing? If he, we should do our jobs better.
He
That's what I'm trying to
requested
say.
us not to be around him until night.
I understand that, but you also requested for 2 people to watch him. Are we really going to follow that direction too?
Suppose not. Perhaps this was a test of our ingenuity, or maybe how disobedient we are.
Or maybe how quickly he can get himself killed.
Well, I think if he wanted to get himself killed, he could do that with or without our
I'm
intervention.
not saying he's doing that on purpose. I'm saying that the stupid... Okay, anyways. He wants to approach his assassin
Yes.
with minimal...
Well, not necessarily minimal. The sense I got from him was he feels as though the assassin will only show himself if the assassin feels
I
like he has a
feel
chance.
He's so arrogant that he thinks that he can do it without as little help as possible. How about that?
I feels like he wants us to set an ambush.
He didn't ask for an ambush, did he? I don't recall that before I started hitting that dune.
Well, suppose if
Very
we're
good.
truly worried about him, can any of us change our appearances?
Aye, right here. I got you.
Oh, don't even get me started with that.
We could
Not a
disguise one
problem.
of ourselves to look like the king and walk about town, see if anyone motions.
Would you do it?
Though that does come with the risk of possibly giving the king a terrible reputation.
Yes.
Nah.
At this point in time, reputations are being forged and can be fixed. The king dying without us, with all us getting drunk and sitting inside of our church, is probably going to be far worse on our reputation, don't you think?
You're the only drunk one.
I couldn't have been the only drunk one because I wasn't actually drunk. It was a test.
Fair enough. But I think we should take the king at his word. He's given us no cause for reason to distrust. If we follow our original intention and have 2 with him and then 2 more in the shadows, and it sounds like as well, you could even come, Thrak. You can now go invisible, yes?
I could do that. Give me
So
some
then
time.
there would be 3
Alright.
of us in the shadows.
I can't go invisible. Looks like I'm hard out of this one.
Oh well, we had been discussing that. You have your books to attend to.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Frederick,
Now, how much of the money are we actually going to spread amongst each other, and how much is going to the paying back the kingdom for this hall?
I honestly didn't consider it at this point.
do we even know what the payment is?
Nope.
No. The prince has been oddly specific about not letting us know the finances involved.
Frederick, you seem like the perfect person to be our financier and our
We already
financial
have an
advisor.
accountant.
We have
No,
one.
that one is way too pudgy.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't trust anybody to take care of our assets when they're that large. Could be spending them all on pastries.
He works for the crown.
Does he really, though?
Yes.
So, I mean, what I'm trying... why are we talking about money if we don't know the amount of money? I don't understand.
Well, we know that we're getting 3,000 gold for this.
But
And there's 9 people in the guild, so 300 per person. 300
1,
extra
2,
for the guild.
3, 4, 5, 7, 8.
So, what do you suppose? A 5% or 10% tax?
I was going to say that we each get 100 and send a large, but maybe.
Oh,
Sorry.
Huh? I'm sorry, keep talking. You were saying something about a large chunk that we're going to give away.
Yes, I was muddling the idea of 150 gold to maybe 200 gold per person, and then handing over 1,000 plus to the payment on this place.
Sounds fair to me. If we're going to be staying here, if this is something that we are going to be endeavoring for, it's probably a good idea to have a roof over our head that won't be revoked from us. I do like sleeping with a roof over my head.
Larry's quiet down now. You can't speak out of character either. All right. If you can't talk, you can't contribute.
I'm trying to understand how I am not a negotiator, right? I am not.
If
somebody...
you all want to do 300 each, the Prince left it in our hands. It just seems that he's under financial stress right now. that eventually it's going to come down on him.
And in turn, us.
I do agree with that, actually. Maybe
The
200 would be best.
200 per person.
Aye.
That would allow us to give 1,200 back to the ownership of this and down on the guild. Knowing the
Sure.
prince, I'm sure a large sum of that will just be used to outfit us later, but who knows. We could do 250 each. What would that leave? 500 or something? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
In any case,
I'm a priest.
250 each.
this is a discussion we should probably have with all parties present, and well, when we've completed the mission. But what? I'm sorry. Before you showed up, Threka, what were you asking, Dervish, about? It was about my linking of souls.
Right, well, all I was saying was, it would afford you the ability to hide better, that you wouldn't need direct line of sight to see something shifty going down. If you were linked in some way, someone within his little entourage could warn you that something's going down.
Right. Okay.
Less
Yes,
suspicious than us following him, our group.
I mean,
wouldn't-
you do know that I can send in my familiar and view through him, right?
He's sure, absolutely. That's also an ability you can do.
But it is my familiar,
Right.
and you know how he is.
that is
Attractive
true.
of attention.
Right. Rather
Oh.
unseemly. Yeah, anyways, yes, strategies, of course, but nobody is at all interested in knowing. Okay, never mind.
Knowing what?
What he's doing right now.
I have my curiosities. I don't even know how to begin to locate him, though.
I'm probably having a secret affair with a maiden or lad. I don't know his proclivities. Somewhere in the city.
I just wish one of
Can you locate a person?
Can I locate a person? No, I cannot.
Well, then I suppose we're out of luck, considering he spent his time on the outer ring.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a very comfortable place for a king to be spending his time.
Just have faith. I'm sure he's fine.
perhaps
I am-
Cersei found him. She seemed
Well.
to be really taken by him.
Yes, that is a word. Oh, that's what it was. Dervish. I was going to explain what I meant by my powers not being really understood.
Ah, right, yes.
Oh, Thrak, you're here as well for this conversation. Look at that.
Oh,
So, do you know much about Arendelle, Thrak?
Arendelle. Never been.
Right. Well, I'm gonna try and boil this down as simply as I can. Arendelle houses the Great Tree. Think of it as the focal point for nature in the world, for one of the closest connections to Fenra. And there is a process, a ritual that is done called the siring. And it allows those who are interested to bond with the Great Tree in a communion and connect with Fenra. And an offspring is born from this union. And there are some benefits to this and some negatives, and I am one of those beings.
You're a child from a tree.
Very direct connection to a god, it seems.
It hasn't really. I was raised like any other. Those around me, I've been afforded the same opportunities. My sister was not born of the tree. She was born to my mother and father. But
That's really weird.
I was
You
under
said-
the impression that not every relationship could even use the tree. Miracle, you exist, I suppose.
yes, I've never really had researched it too much myself beyond what I've been told. It was more my mother's decision, but it from what I do know is that they believe that whatever I can do is based on whatever happened whenever I was sired with the great tree.
What can you do? Speak through people's minds? Anything
Yes.
else?
Well, I have a good effect on the soul, is what people believe. I can lash out at an individual and cause them harm, not physically, but almost to their psyche. You see like the green kind of glow on his arm, like pop up that you see whenever he tries to like harm someone. As it almost looks like, now that you get a better look at it, it almost looks like a large like clawed fang along the top side of his arm that like dissipates. As I don't know if in a mocking gesture or just a rite of passage, I was given the nickname the Fang of Fenril. Which,
Clever.
yes. But,
You plan on using this for good? Bad?
well,
Both.
I like to think I've used it for good, in service to the crown and to the good people of Arundel.
For a higher purpose, then. Well, it'll do us good in protecting this individual who I have no interest in really protecting other than the job at hand. Anybody else get a vibe of not liking this person?
It doesn't seem too bad.
No opinion one way or the other.
Something about him.
If he was genuine, he seems fine. If he's not, then I hate him.
Okay.
Fair
Great-
assessment.
great insight.
Yes.
Frederick, you always have the most keen.
Twice he said that he has no insight. Twice today, and you're like, oh, he's the most keen.
Anyways,
I
I
don't hold enough disdain for him to not want to do the job. I suppose I do have a mild interest. I never heard the story about him building that ship for an ark before.
I've heard stories of the boats, the ships, island-sized ships. I do remember that what did caught me off guard was the fact that Nicole says he built it in a couple days. It seems odd.
Great foreknowledge of what was to come, isn't it?
Interesting, to say the least. We should go prepare. When did he say he wanted to do this again? I'm sorry, I had a
He said at night he would come to the temple.
at nightfall. Sorry, I had too much of the dune.
The dune?
The spice.
The dune.
Ice?
Yes.
The dune. Just be careful of it. The dune will get you.
You must be referring to from the desert.
Yes.
Yes, they're doing.
I've always wanted to visit. I've heard they have a very sort of direct connection with the afterlife, much like Hagenholm.
Yeah, some do and some don't. Depends on which side you're on, right?
What side do you find yourself on?
Ask myself that question all the time. I say the middle for now. Haven't chosen anything yet, but there are some aspects of my homeland that I abhor. Some that I have to embrace. I find myself at a crossroads this time.
Well, luckily it seems you don't have to make that choice anytime soon.
So I seem to put myself in situations that prolong my activity to procrastinate such choice making. Not sure if that's good or bad. Find myself in a predicament here where I'm serving my sentence and perfectly fine.
Yes. Are you here as a prisoner?
Feels as such. Yeah.
Hmm.
I've been a prisoner for some time now. Mothers, you know, Sidek, mothers.
Right.
Get you into trouble.
Does that make Mouth your warden?
Why would you say such a thing? Mouth is an aberration. He is a constant reminder of my fallacies, my imperfections. He's
Sounds like a warden to me.
He's a warden of my fucking emotions. I can't stand him. But you know, he's all right from time to time. He's all right. I can't stand him. I can't stand him.
Truly, your power is both a blessing and a curse.
I kind of like him a little bit.
He does have a charm.
But you know, the longer you look at him, the longer you see everything that's wrong with him. You know. Just everything about him just reminds me of just how fucking pathetic and weak.
Oh, speaking of that, I did poison him earlier.
Oh, thank God.
Yes, he didn't seem too harmed. He seems perfectly healthy, so.
It's a shame.
Why did you bring him back into the world?
Couldn't help but notice that the child has taken a liking to him.
Amelia,
Yes.
what are we going to do about it? Are we really going to start bringing her on these endangering journeys? Or are we going to let her go at some?
I suppose everybody has a chance to enjoy life's amenities, and that includes partaking in some of these more difficult tasks. She'll never learn if she's just brushed aside.
I just worry that right now we're not cultivating a human's life, we're making a weapon.
I mean, we literally wanted to have her shoot a gun the other day.
That was today.
That doesn't really help my
That was
point,
today.
That was today.
you know.
That was today? How long was I sleeping? Oh, that was today.
It was today.
That was today.
We had a meeting early in the morning. The prince stopped by and informed us of a job. We went to a bar. That was all within the first 3 hours of the day.
That was today?
That was today.
Oh, the doom.
All runs together, doesn't it?
Oh.
You've had quite the day.
I never get drunk. That dune was some dune. I love that.
I could
Is it your doing?
try and use
I
magic to
don't.
cleanse your body of any lingering effects, but I don't know if it'll work.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Everything's coming back now. That was today.
All I'm
Um,
saying is, I don't
what?
want to be involved in robbing that young woman of having a chance at a normal life.
Everybody's been saying that she's not a young woman. Am I wrong?
Can't
No,
tell her exact
not at all
age,
for
but
me.
she looks to be about 15, maybe 16.
I feel it's not our place to.
But it is hers, isn't it? I'm a bit uncomfortable dragging her along when she can't even speak for
Oh.
herself to accept it, no?
What do we do? Pawn her off on the king or the prince? I mean, we can't
don't
do
have a
that.
solution. I don't have a solution.
The
I'm just
prince
uncomfortable.
pawned her off on us.
True.
You know, you're kind of right there. He did find her, right? We all saw that.
Yes.
So that we should direct this inquiry to the prince.
He said he was getting her a tutor. Wonder how that's going.
He did say, well, we kind of put him up to that, I think.
That's true.
I believe that was his recommendation.
She's proven herself capable in combat.
That's true.
She seems to like being around us. It doesn't seem to be forced. Like I said, this isn't a problem whether she wants to or not for me. It's more of that. I feel like I've in part not even giving her the opportunity to
Maybe.
be normal.
Well, maybe we should. I don't know. I feel awkward asking permission for something. For somebody who can't even answer.
Maybe it's like imprinting. No?
Printing. Well, we're terrible imprinters, and Mouth is definitely a terrible imprinter.
Like we're the first one she interacted with us, so like, you know, she's most comfortable with us. If it was anyone else, would it have been them, you know?
Oh, from when I went out with her the other day, she's capable of learning and taking in the world around her. It'd probably just be for her benefit to not subtract the things around her, the normal thing. Learning how to pay for things, how to greet people properly, who knows? Oh well.
I suppose. Well, we don't have time for that anyway.
Do we count her as a member of the guild?
I
Of
would.
course.
I would,
Oh.
yes.
For the time being,
wasn't.
absolutely.
I wasn't. Fine.
I mean, she was there with us in the castle. I didn't see in the main room. Did she fight?
He fought well.
She did.
Then that's sounds like good enough reason to me.
Alright.
She did fight.
I don't know if she understands what commerce is.
More of an advanced topic. We'll probably have to get to that.
The doors swing open,
Huh.
and Jeremy walks in.
Oh,
he
God.
looks at all of you.
Jeremy. I hope you're being treated well this evening.
I came to say that I wish you luck. I won't be judged.
Oh,
Why
Wow.
not?
I'm not particularly good in order to walk that.
I'm sorry I didn't catch that.
I'm
What'd you
not
say?
quiet.
Well,
You're not quiet?
No.
Well, I appreciate your
That's it.
wishing us the best of luck.
I mean, neither is Thurvish.
But Thurvis will walk beside the poisoner.
I have no need to be quiet.
It's true.
As will the neck call.
I'm sure
Oh.
Nicole could be quiet if you wish to join us, Garamir.
His name is Garamee.
Something like that.
I will not take the place of the ashen skin.
Ashen skin.
It is his point for revenge.
Right.
It's quite noble of you.
You said for revenge. Is he planning on killing this man?
I know not what his intent is, but I would not stand between one and their justice.
You're speaking in some sort of weird code.
Revenge, justice, action on behalf of one's people is everything.
What does that have to do with anything right now?
I think I understand what Garamy's trying to get at here.
What are you trying? What? Explain.
He's saying that he would, if Nicole wanted to kill Roki, he would not stand in Nicole's way.
Oh. Okay.
And
Poison
he's also making a reference towards, well, a moral quandary of a standing for, at least how I see it, his own people, which I understand.
Simple and understood.
Well, I thank you for expressing your views. Will you remain here with Frederick for the evening?
I may speak to him, but I will be in my room.
Good night, Garamy.
Right. Eventually, you hear coming in the front door, it says "Cook up," and it's slowing down as Lunadar is stabled comfortably and is eating his food
Yes.
now. Lunadarius. And Nicole, you enter the main hall to find a good portion of your party is sitting down discussing things. It's starting to get a bit later, you know. It's like you rode for 2 hours. You guys got back here around noon, and it's like 4. Who cares? Time's passing.
How's the drunkard?
I'm feeling much better, thank you.
Good to hear.
Have a little bit of mouth throw up on me. That's fine.
What did you feed that creature?
I didn't feed it anything.
Why
Decided
did
to
it
show
throw
up.
up on you?
Showed up sick for some reason.
Oh, that was where I poisoned him, remember?
That's right.
Yeah, I did say that.
He poisoned my monkey.
I did. It was a learning opportunity for the girl.
The second time a poisoner has taken care of my monkey. I don't know what it is about all of this.
May I ask why is poisoning a monkey helping the creature learn?
Well, you see, if
To be clear, the creature is not my creature. You're
Oh.
referring to the child.
why would you refer to Amelia as a creature? Who does that?
I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to figure this all out.
Right. Yes. Well, to get to your answer, there are. Amelia is a very curious individual, a curious creature, if you will.
Okay.
And
Go on.
I do not want her becoming injured via her own curiosity, and so I posed a learning experience, and it seemed to have extreme effect.
Or you poisoned one of our party members to prove to the creature that you are unable to.
Let me stop you there. Mouth is not a party member. He's
Yes.
Second.
simply a entity that happens to be following our party. So.
Yes, I concur. I concur.
Most
His
wholeheartedly.
poisoning doesn't at all impact my thoughts or perspectives on Sedak.
Really scary
As a
parrot.
person that has two animals as their companions, I feel that this lack of sincerity to your own party member is quite concerning.
It's an arcane conjuration from hell. If anything, it's a blessing that he was temporarily poisoned to prevent him from doing something stupid for 1 minute.
Right.
I think personally, Mouth is doing a great job, though, on keeping the child busy.
Well, the poison was basically a minor rash with a light low-grade fever and vomiting.
Oh.
It wasn't detrimental. It was, like I said, it was a learning experience for the girl, and it was extremely potent, and it shall serve its purpose.
What is that for?
Oh, you know, tea.
You know? Do you plan on poisoning somebody?
Not right now.
As you're having this conversation, Anais now enters the hall through the front door.
Oh, what a wonderful surprise.
Ah, good to see you, Anais.
Did you have
Like-
time to speak with him?
No, I decided to wait on them. I was coming to offer some, since I wouldn't be joining.
Uh-huh.
She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a small blackened marble, almost looking like an onyx sort of glass structure. And she rolls it to the center of the table.
What's that?
Bullet.
I've imbued it with some of the Mage Breaker's power.
Huh.
If you hurl this at a magical effect, it should end, lest it be more powerful than my own ability.
Ah,
Keep it
Huh?
just in case his assassin is a mage.
well,
Keep that away from me.
yes, that is most beneficial, Anais. Thank you.
If
Thank
I
you.
find out you had failed this mission and he is dead, I will be disappointed.
Well,
I have high hopes for you all.
well, we wouldn't want to disappoint now, would we?
Do hope to change your opinion on mages one of these days.
I see the value in individuals, Thrak,
Yeah.
but I still cannot condone the wild and reckless practices of magic that are done.
Well, there isn't any magic that can harm, right?
Uh,
Of course. There's
Magic
nothing
is
like that.
one of the most dangerous elements in this whole world. The Arcanum.
I've never known any magic to do harm. I only know magic to help and assist.
I wish more mages were like you. Regardless, I want to wish you luck.
Hmm.
I'm going to be writing to my family. If you
Right.
need me.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
all the best.
No idea. Thrak, the mage with no deadly magics.
But he is aware because a couple days ago he saw someone die from a curse, and he actually commented about
That's
that.
confusing to me.
But he made a comment about it actually the next episode, going,
Oh,
"I've finally seen magic do harm." So
A little weird.
Dervish, do you want this orb? You'll be in range to use it if There's some magic going on.
I was to say, if no one else wants it, I feel as though I could give the most use out of it, being so close.
I will palm it into his hand.
Thank you, Sid.
Of course.
Just don't throw that at Mouth. I would hate to have to bring him back from hell again.
As much as I hate your little monkey, I know that killing him won't do me much good.
Right. We should, I'm glad that you guys are thinking about strategy, so now that we have both of you here that are actually going to be following him, what are your plans? Okay. Looks like the call is
Back.
staring.
Back.
Okay.
We're trying to go into a trance.
What are your plans to do as you're walking close to this person?
What's the surroundings? What do you mean what I should do?
I mean, tell me what you plan on doing. You plan on being close to him, behind him, in front of him?
Well, we never were told where are we going?
I'm assuming he's going to go to the outskirts. He says he's going to the outskirts, right? Meet him out of town.
Maybe best for us to act natural. We do want that other person to attack after all.
Correct. So what are your plans on making that happen? Said something
Side
about
by side.
disguises. Are you disguising yourselves? You're going to be going as is?
I could go as the person I went in Masquerade Ball.
Okay.
Why are you disguising yourself?
I don't know if you... Are we well known now?
I don't
Not
know how
necessarily.
particularly.
I mean, we did just come into town in a literal parade, pretty much, almost.
Well, the king did. We were in the back of it. If you keep disguising yourself, though, no one's gonna know who you are eventually. And maybe that's what you want.
That's true. Maybe we do want to be known who we are. I don't know. I'm not going to be the one next to him. So what do you plan on doing?
Kyle, do you plan on disguising yourself in some way, making yourself look less threatening?
Absolutely not.
Going to be
There you
riding
are.
your elk or your horse?
Depends on where we're going. The outskirts of what? Are we traveling, other people? Are we just going on the road?
He says out of town, from what I recall.
Alright. I need to handle some business. If I am needed, well, he stops for a moment and let's see, who hasn't had this happen? It was Thurvish and Nicole last time, right? That got the connections.
It was Thrak.
Nope.
Correct.
Oh yeah, Thrak and Thurvish. Okay.
Every time Thrak and Thurbish thus far.
Yes. Frederick, where are you going, Frederick? Where are you going?
Enter his mind!
I figured, you, getting ready for what's going to happen tonight. I was just going to go read my books.
He feels a twinge on the back of his neck as a voice enters his head. If you need me, you may contact me this way. Staring
There-
into his soul.
There's a momentary silence. He doesn't even turn to look back. Everyone says in his head.
And also Thurvish.
You're going to see inside of his
He has
mind.
no soul.
Yeah,
Frederick.
Thurvish, the empty hollow shell also feels this in his ether. This
Are you,
message.
By the way, Larry, so you're just sitting in the window at this point because they're being boring and everyone else is going upstairs.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters too much. She's just running around, jumping on trees, climbing random shit. I don't have a terrible attachment. It's fine. If you want her in the living room or whatever in a window, sure.
He's doing a double backflip forward.
So this.
That was
this
you that
connection-
did that, alright? She just flipped up. Stop being jealous of her great acrobatic
another
skills
one?
that you wish you had.
I don't know how she's speaking. I don't think she speaks primarily.
All right. This connection lasts for 5 hours.
All right.
Sadak is gonna say, "I need to go write a letter. I'll be upstairs, and I'm gonna go to wherever the birds are kept."
All right. You head upstairs. There's birds there. They seem to be labeled for like where they're trained to go. There's ones that are, they say the other continents. You imagine they probably just fly to one of like westward, eastward, or one of these places, and then go out. So, but it's just you give it to this bird, it'll get there.
I'll find one that's for Arendelle. If there's one that's more specifically like Corvair, I'm gonna do that one. But Arendelle is my.
There, you can get one to the capital of Arendelle.
Ah, excellent. I'll address it to an individual in the Corvair who I'm gonna know would be like maybe the quartermaster, and I'm basically just gonna I'm gonna pen out a letter requesting any herbs or supplies that can be sent to the capital King's Hold to assist in my endeavors, and I will pay in gold. Basically, like a fucking what is it? Contact on delivery, the COD, like a package. I'll do that.
How are you so fucking rich? You're dropping money left and right.
We've been getting money left and
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Man, Sidak living it up.
I mean, if you get money, spend money. I mean, you can't take it with you when you die. And the life of an assassin, live hard, live fast.
All right. So, eventually, you come back down to the main room where conversation is sort of devolved into just standard chatter about Mouth, about maybe wearing a costume, about why not to wear a costume during this, about the creature, and about Mouth again. Mouth comes up way more than he should, honestly. He seems to be about a third of the conversation pieces. But you hear on the chamber door someone who doesn't just push it open. Does anyone stand up to answer it?
I'll stand up.
All right.
I'll make my way over.
Opening the door ever so
Knocking at the
slightly.
chamber door.
That's right. And peeking out, you see two figures. One being your hired person here. The thundercrack. But another, a masked figure, heavy cloak over his shoulders. He seems to be wearing a tunic, but under it, you can tell he is quite armored. And, yes, they're awful. He seems to be standing slightly behind Roki. So
Are they
Roki's
well
ahead of him.
is the visibility decent?
Yeah, there's light inside the, the main first area.
So the rest of us can see Roki's here, right?
Yes.
My character jumps to a higher advantage immediately.
You leap up, you grab onto the railing and spin yourself onto the upper balcony.
Mouth can't reach, so he reaches his hand out to get picked up by her.
I think she's too focused on him to even see Mouth. And Mouth down below.
He gets worried and runs around in circles.
She's just eyes locked on Roki, right? Defensive.
This place is much bigger than I thought it would be, and in much better condition. Honestly, I figured since the war had happened that they would have torn it to the ground.
Prince Aron's been doing work. Who do you have with you here?
This is my companion Karstein. He's accompanying me around the city for now.
Well, we were just discussing what you would have us do. Maybe you would wish to join us at the table.
I believe we'll have plenty of time to speak. There is something I'd like to do first. We were interrupted at the tavern. I was curious to see how you fought.
Hey,
My
A little sparring match then?
No. Back at the tavern, my hope was that you would feel your life was on the line. But now you're aware it isn't, at least with me. And I don't intend to force Karstein to fight. Instead, I have something else. You're a guild of heroes, or soon-to-be heroes, adventurers. Then how about this? I've been led to information about the going-ons of Primera. Something out there that needs a hero's touch, so to say. You know? And I was thinking, why not send you there? And see how you do.
You're sending us where?
Aren't we supposed to be with you? Is that
I
not...
will come with you, don't worry.
Ah,
But tell me, what do you know of the Karazak Peaks?
not
I-
much,
I
I must
imagine
say.
not much. None of you are dwarvish, nor are any of you... Aside from perhaps
That's a
human,
week.
looks as though
That's a
you-
week travel away. He's only supposed to be here for a week, huh?
Yes. Yeah, it's strange, but don't talk. You're silent.
I'm just out of character. I'm thinking here. What is-
Character for Bach.
Forget about it.
Okay, it'll but
Some time ago, the dwarfs were the unfortunate first victim of the human empire. The dwarfs had a well-guarded city in a mountain, you see. It was nearly impossible to siege. But it was quite possible to cut off from the rest of the world. Their farmlands were torched beyond belief. The same weapons used on Duros to burn their land down into the soil and make it unable to yield crop. This has left the dwarfs quite the misbegotten people. Who could imagine? My friend here, Karstein, he informed me of a rogue agent within their kingdom. One that has turned to a rather dark source of power I'm sure we're all too aware of. Demonology. The unforgivable crime here on Primera. These
Okay.
dwarfs are, unfortunately at the moment, of no issue to anyone in any form of prominence nor power. They could go unchecked to the point of bringing in something that could cause issue. And I think they're a great first test.
You want us to go kill some dwarves who you believe may be cultists?
Oh, kill them if that's what you deem necessary. I'm testing your fighting capabilities and who you are as people.
Oh, I-
more pressing, right? We were only supposed to protect you for a week, yes, and getting there would take some time.
I
What?
do forget how rare magic is here. Oh, don't worry. We'll be there in but a moment. If you're quick about all this, we could be back by the morning.
oh, that's some interesting magic.
That does sound like an interesting thing indeed.
And think of all the good you'll be doing. The Dwarven Kingdom is under strict regulation. They can't build an army of their own. They rely on the human forces, which rarely venture deep into their land. A demon summoned could wreak havoc upon them. It would go unchecked probably for weeks, until a small cult had formed. Something the likes has been dealt with in the past, gods even.
I don't mean to speak out of turn here, but why would this matter interest you? What do you gain out of solving this issue for the dwarves?
What do I gain? I gain insight on you, but what do you gain? If not the favor of the dwarven people.
a unified Primerus first multi-continental force. Even fights for the lower races.
Lower. I get it, because they're small.
I don't know. I have a feeling we're not seeing the full picture, but I'm loath to say that we wouldn't be getting a great boon out of accepting this. And of course, you have already paid for our services. I see not why we couldn't do this and rid
Don't
the
worry.
world of an evil.
Your skepticism is understood. You're not the first and you won't be the last. A lot of people have issue with someone in my position being what I refer to as a man of the people. I desperately crave for a unified Primerus. One that if the dragons did return wouldn't have to rely on a single human. Yes. You see, one horn saved all of us mortal people. And if I were a dragon and I was aware of that, I would be working very desperately to make sure that horn never existed again.
And so you would just have the people be strong enough to defend themselves, right?
From whatever may come, be it dragon or wrath of God.
You've given me a question to ask you at a later time, but in any case, I'm good to depart now, if everyone else is prepared.
Ready?
Well, I don't see the purpose of all this. I don't have anything to prove.
There's
But-
nothing to prove.
Apparently, he wants some sort of affirmation that we have ability.
Think of it like this. We are assisting the dwarven people.
Are we, though?
If his word is to be believed.
Will there be...
It's an
Obvious
unsanctioned
signs.
adventure.
Your
But-
hesitation
My hesitation.
brings a smile to my lips as the figure moves forward with the mask. You see, I had many preconceived notions about the great new guilds. And your lack of care is what I wanted to hear. It really doubles down on my... You see, I'm here, much like him, to be convinced of your value.
Who the fuck are you?
That's Karsten. He got just introduced by Roki.
Yes, but who are you?
A simple noble.
Simple
One-
noble. A noble from where?
Primera.
We're all from Primera.
Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch!
I'm gonna try and do I feel any murderous intent from this guy? I'm gonna use my assassin knowledge and feel this guy.
Insight, sure.
He might start his.
Also, is he
go by the
familiar
name-
at all to any individials that I might be aware of?
Or any of us, maybe
no,
like from
no,
a
no.
ballroom on the top of the ceiling.
No,
His mask has eye holes. The one on the top of the ceiling didn't.
But doesn't matter. His voice, his candor, his a presence. Is it familiar to anyone that is aware, cognizant enough that would be able to do a
No,
roll?
it's not.
Damn it!
you
the Inquisitor.
You know who I'm asking about there, Box. Is that familiar at all? And this is a 18. It's a 21.
He's never worked for the Courier, I'll tell you
Oh,
that right.
okay. All
But
right.
you do get the air that he's quite confident in this position.
Mhm.
You're getting the air that he thinks that if you attacked him, all of you right now, he could still win it.
Got it.
He's very much has that air that
Confidence.
that Thrax talking back to him doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever. We're paid. It's part of our job, right?
Right.
No, this isn't part of your job. This is a request.
Our job is to escort you, and if you decide to go over to the Dwarven Kingdom, then we have to go to the Dwarven Kingdom. Save some dwarves.
That is a mental leap that would allow you to do this, wouldn't it not? Yes. I like it, Threk.
Alright.
As you're saying that, the Karstein is walking around to the edge, and he looks up at the large windows. These aren't original. They've been changed. That's a shame.
Inquisitor!
He walks past.
She's up in the
Amelia.
she's on the ridge. So he would walk underneath her. Yeah.
Walks underneath her. His head does tilt back enough just to get the underside of the things, and you can see a sort of white looking skin underneath. Not like pale white, but white, white person.
Right. Yeah. He's fair skinned underneath the clothing. But he was I aware that he was aware I was up? I mean, he should be, right? He saw me jump up. But yeah. Never mind. Disregard that.
And you're not stealthing now.
No, yeah. It was like a flight. She jumped up there in fear. had to get that height advantage.
Word around the grapevine is that it was about 20,000 to buy this. Do you believe that? 20,000. It would make you think that there had to be something under the land of value, perhaps. Something that people didn't want to give up without a large sum of money. Has it only been you staying here?
Recently.
Can't say before we've shown up. Right. Well, shall we get going then? I believe we have everyone here. As Sid would stand and he would think in his head for a moment, and Frederick would hear a voice in his head. Frederick, Roki has appeared. We shall be departing, though our schedule is askew. If any questions arise and we are not back before the morning, Roki has given us a task. We are to follow him to the Karazak Peak, and we will right a wrong there with dwarves performing demonology. And and he will be using teleportation magic, I assume, to get us there as quickly as possible.
Do you want me to come?
I think he is wanting only the ones present to come.
Very well then.
I'm telling you this so that if anything does happen, you can inform the prince and the rest of the guild.
I understand. Wait bated breath for your return then.
Thank you, Frederick. Alright.
At some point, there's so many stones replaced that not a single one seems to be original. Is it even the same building anymore? There's a sort of great turn of the mind, tongue twister. You could tongue twist it for your mind about if you replace every piece of a boat over time, is it still the same boat?
You a big fan of mail previously, were you?
He looks just past Roki's shoulder and over to you. I loved.
You love mail?
And he turns back.
Was there a noun or a word after that? It was just I loved. And
No, I loved him.
Oh, so it
I
was
loved
him.
him.
Okay, yeah, okay. I didn't hear
hear that
the
part.
pronoun. So
Well then, shall we be going? I intend to bring Karstein. I didn't imagine you'd want him snooping around your guild hall. He is quite a presumptuous fellow.
One word for it.
Sure.
The girl,
Mouth.
is she coming?
Of course she's coming.
This is when we just go to Laris. Yeah, no, we're just gonna leave her behind, Laris. You can stay back on this one.
To convince you were gonna have to convince her to come down, unfortunately, which is a whole escapade. But we could just flash through it. Eventually, you do get her down. So, yeah, it would be evident that she is very mistrusting of Roki. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, to speed through that, you eventually do convince her to come down and be near you guys so that the teleportation can work. Sure.
All right then. So unlike traditional teleportation, you watch as Roki turns sort of profile with you all, and he motions his hand in a circle, and you see this swirling energy come out of the ground and form a semicircle, and you can see through it a sort of dark land. This is very much a portal that he's holding open.
He's fucking sling ringing it. This motherfucker.
The gate spell, the 9th level.
No, he's just Doctor Stranging it. He's like a sling ring. Fucking. Oh man.
He's gating us?
And he's the first to step through. It's not gate. It's not
Yeah,
gate.
okay, it's not gate. Yeah, but it's
Okay.
Next, Karstein steps through. It's still there though, despite.
Yeah, I'll go through as
Alright.
well. Is Karstein a dragonborn or is he a regular human?
No, he doesn't appear to be dragonborn, and he has white skin. And from what Amelia knows,
Yes. Yeah, but I can't explain that.
he says he loves mail, which is a
Love.
strange thing.
She'll look at Nicole concerned, but then after everyone else runs through, she'll hesitantly go through. Very confused about the whole ordeal.
Yeah. I'm just as confused, but I'm going.
How does your 7.5 foot tall orc even get through that?
I duck.
You duck under.
Oh. Let's see what's some good art. What's some?
We're going to a. Is it going to be dark here, or is this a dwarf place? We're going to a dwarf place, right?
It's a dark dwarf place.
Oh my gosh, do I get to bring up the freaking Medan Mountains? Holy crap, I haven't listened to this soundtrack in forever.
I wouldn't bring up Medan's Mountains.
Medan Mountains soundtrack, everyone.
No.
Medan
All right.
City.
Opening up. Here we go. The perfect image for it. Let's change the big map over here to this. There we go. Perfect.
Ah, great.
Oh, this is far more ominous than a dwarf kingdom.
I told you their land was decimated by
yeah,
magic.
we'll get off the dwarf track then. Yeah, let's go mysterious, creepy. Here we go.
You got a Necron track?
No, I do have a dark temple track I made, but I don't know if this is religious or not. We'll just use the mysterious creepy. That's fine.
Mysterious creepy.
That's the name of this playlist. Yeah.
Stepping out, your nose is hit with a sort of foul sort of burn smell. You're standing on top of a hill. It's fairly windy, and far below you can see the remnants of a ruined town. It's kind of dark already here because the sun sets behind the mountain pass, so it's already dark here. You can see the town because they've lit torches up down there.
So we're actually
there seems
in the air, like there's air above us. We're not in the mountain.
no, you're not in the mountain.
Wow, and like this art, there's this like green light coming from the ground.
No, that art is overly dramatic.
Okay. Like some kind of major cataclysm or something. It's like, oh.
They did use magic artillery to make the land inoperable. It's a terrible land, but it's not green like that. It's more of sort of a dead grayish tone to it.
Okay,
Dirt
so basically there's no
like-
green lava or lava at all. It's just like a massive craters, dust. Is there ash and such in the air?
That is yes. There would be a sort of lingering ash, and there's this awful sort of magical burn smell, like
lightning
not
almost,
great.
like yeah, it's like high energy had melted things, and okay. Well,
It just sort of lingers about.
are there ruined buildings? Are there,
Yes, like I described down
Oh.
below, there's a sort of ruined-esque town, and there's torches there. There's people moving around. Like you don't get the vibe they're living there. You can see they're moving towards a mine that's at the very back of the town. You guys are far away enough, but in darkness, you can see the torches moving. They're heading underground.
Man, what a
The buildings aren't being repaired though.
monstrous scene. Oh my gosh.
You smell that? That awful tinge.
Oh, do? What was that?
Not demonology, that is the burn that they have used in order to ruin the once thriving empire, in order to win a war.
We're sure they're doing demonology, are we?
Well, I don't know if all of them are, is the problem. But I am aware that demonology is being practiced here. One amongst them, for sure, has spliced his own being with that of a demon.
Are we meant to figure out who it is?
Might be fairly obvious.
He motions his hand up. I'm more curious to see how you handle it. There are roughly 18 people. One of them will be the leader. I don't know what they're mining for. Probably some deluded guidance panels. Have you've fought before, right? This isn't your first outing.
Well, I fought
Wait.
before, I'm sure of that.
We've all seen combat, yes.
Have you ever seen a demon before? Or a devil? A fiend?
Thinking back. What's the chances there, DM?
Well, you might know a tiefling or two,
Yeah.
but as for a devil, as for a fiend, that's something very specific. You probably they wouldn't hire an assassin to go deal with a fiend.
Yeah. I've seen tieflings, but nothing more beyond that.
What of you, knight?
Is that Ishtar or Thurdish?
That's Nicole,
Nicole, okay.
because he knows him as a knight.
Right, got it, yeah.
Yeah, it's me.
Have you ever fought any fiends?
Not that I know of.
Then let me give you some advice. Fiends are smart, they can speak, they can talk, they can reason, but they're not much different than a beast when it comes to motive. They're not good.
The inner monologue of Nicole. I'm looking at one right now. The outer monologue of Nicole. Thank you for that information.
Well then, I free you to do your work.
Amelia bends down and grabs a bunch of the ruined soil and it's kind of runs it between her fingers, right?
It almost, even though it's soil, it almost crumbles like ash, like it's being held together into a powdery substance.
Yeah.
Your steps leave tracks.
This cannot support any life, right?
No,
Yeah.
never. Never
I'll,
again.
Well, if we are going to be moving, I will do something to make communication a little easier.
I'm gonna start ritual casting detect magic.
I'm gonna try and link myself with
who?
with
Who?
Roki
Oh,
and
not Karst.
I kind of want to do both, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna do Roki and let's do Thrak.
By the way, to alleviate any worries you might have, if I am to be caught and killed during this due to my own mistakes, I've already sent the money forward. You don't have much to worry about. I don't consider this as part of what I initially hired you for.
Oh.
We're supposed to be relieved with that.
Some of you, I assume.
A new guild uprising, letting a king die. That's how we want to be remembered.
I forget I am the king.
Well,
Need I remind you again?
You have a nice bow.
well, I don't think that you'll be dying anytime soon with what power you have and Harstein over there next to you. But as it stands, he'd then wait a moment and speak into Roki's head, or try to if our souls were indeed linked. I've connected our two beings. I should be able to speak to you, and you to me, through distance, as long as we will it.
What a peculiar power.
Thrak, you as well. You may speak to me like this. Right. Shall we get going, everyone?
Before you go, do any of you believe in God? Any particular one of gods? The gods?
Why, yes.
I need someone who believes in it to wield this. He pulls out a small sort of holy symbol. It seems to be Corin's symbol. After you kill the demon, or the one infused with the demon, make sure to press this against.
That just sounds like an awkward task.
Oh,
It simply stops their soul from returning to the hell, so they can come back.
I'll take the symbol. Does anyone here have any objections or wish to carry it in my
I
stead?
insight that to make sure that that's correct.
You may roll an insight.
Probably no. Don't worry about it.
Well,
6.
he's a hard guy to read.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not good enough.
Nicole, Amelia is like grabbed onto your like forearm.
Alright.
Mouth will go try to take the holy symbol.
Mouth, no.
Mouth gets fucking punted.
You can't have this mouth.
Mouth is hanging on to Sadak now.
Just like occasionally like reaches out and like Sadak just kind of like not even like looking at him, just kind of keeps pushing the monkey
Yeah.
away.
Fight off a fiend daily.
Yeah, I'll put the symbol away, like in a inner pocket somewhere.
One more thing. If you find yourselves losing and unable to complete this task, I'm not asking you to fight and die for it. Try and come back. Call out for help if you need.
Encouraging. I wish I could say it's a pleasure, King Roki. It's rather becoming a task.
Yes, I've hired you for a task.
I know, I thought we were going to be good friends. I guess we'll keep it business. I continue to richly cast detect magic.
All right. As these two, they sort of mosey around, and they're standing, just kind of looking over the town. They're having a normal conversation, rather hushed though. You do get more of Karstein's side of it because he seems to have a louder voice than Roki.
Demonology. I often wondered why it was so prohibited. To what? To what do the gods care? Much this world is corrupt. Not like they've done stomping outside immediate. I'd say they take the same amount of effort to keep us here. They do to stop the demons from being here. What? What's so important about us being here?
And then they just seem to chat as Banana, your 10-minute spell cast. Magic about you. You see that Roki has a sort of effect going about him. You see his aura is in this swirled pattern that's changing. It's so bizarre and abnormal that you're aware of a spell. And yeah, I'm just saying you're aware of this spell because it's not harmful. That a person can change their aura. And if they do it enough, it becomes a permanent effect.
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah, this person's done something to their aura to make it look like when people look at them that they have a bizarre just sort of spiral of colors around them. There's no particular school of magic that really fits this. As for the other one, he is drenched in necromancy.
Ugh. Jesus.
It is this sort of awful, sort of billowing black that pours out from him of necromancy.
Oh, God damn it. I say all this in my head.
Of course. What else do you look for with detect magic? Oh, and the lands around you have this sort of green ever coming up like fumes. That would be, I guess, evocation, a mixture of evocation and probably necromancy.
All right. Jeez, where the fuck are we? And I look down at the holy amulet that he gave him.
It seems to be radiating with let me just quickly D5 see what this falls under. It is
Abjuration if it's a sealing spell.
Yes, abjuration. That is actually the correct school. Abjuration. And it seems pretty powerful.
Yeah, I relay all this to Sadak.
All right, Sadak, you're made aware of Roki's weird sort of translucent, flamboyant aura that he's masked himself with. The ever billowing necromancy of Karstein, and that the ground is pilfered with this sort of toxic combination of evocation and necromancy, and that the amulet you have is a powerful abjuration spell.
Got it.
All right, gentlemen, go out there and figure this out. Ain't gonna be me. I don't even know why we're here.
We walk on.
I just went through a portal, and now I'm in this hellish landscape. You all sent me to my death.
Mouth is like having a panic attack.
Now, before I'll ask you if it's stealthy or anything, as our intrepid party pushes down the hillside and through these sort of dead trees, so much so that if you like put your hand on one to like press through, you crack it and it falls over.
It's like
but it's not loud.
charcoal.
Yeah, there's this large rock structure. As the party is approaching the town from the outside, the lights getting ever closer.
No.
That is where tonight's session comes to an end.
Oh, okay. You killed him. Look what you did. You killed him.
I don't want to have people roll for stealth right now and remember it next week.
Yeah, but why don't we just go another 15 minutes and get in town?
No.
Yeah.
No. Because who knows how long you'll be stealth for? I don't want to. It'll all have to be in one session. The stealthing.
All right. Okay. Hey, thanks for checking out episode 4 of Primerus Paradox, or PP.
Yeah, P.
What a name.
Pack Primerus Paradox P.
So check us out next week. Thank you, and remember, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night.